Hey yo guys, Ruby of Blue here, and welcome back to these wonderful little animation streams with all our friends. And yeah, Sun and Moon happened, so we're definitely gonna talk about that. Alright. Well, I have Extreme and Corbin with me.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, I haven't yet because I've been doing the Pokédex, completing the Pokédex, and that takes a long time. Well, considering you don't need HM slaves, at least so far, that's not surprising. Well, they did reference a bunch of internet memes in that one Zelda game. Oh yeah, I caught Professor Kukui saying to his Rockruff, "My body is ready."
Don't picture anything too bad.
There's a lot of innuendos that I've come across. There's a lot of innuendos I've come across in Sun and Moon. One of them, two of them actually, from fucking Rodom decks. One of them, when I first got him, he was like, "Hey, gentle on the goods, okay?" And the second one was, when I was at the Pokemon Trainer School, and the principal called me up, Rodom Dex was like, "Oh, you naughty boy, what did you do?" I think Rodom Dex has a crush on me. I like Rodom Dex, but I'm wondering if it's something that they copied from Yokai Watch. Can you hear them at all, or is it just quiet for you guys?
Okay, guys, fuck this shit. I'm now.
Okay, is that better?
You know, next blast like, okay, guys, fuck this shit. I'm now. I'm now.
I'm out, I think you mean to say.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't want to hear
Fuck
things
this
about
shit,
Sun and
I'm
Moon.
out.
I
Fuck
told
this
you
shit,
that
I'm
E1
out.
Master wouldn't be doing the thing. There's a lot of people, and especially people that haven't completed Sun and Moon like me. Which means
Well-
that I, of all of the people, have to make sure that I don't spoil things for Ruby and Blue.
Or me for that matter, because I don't have the game yet.
I haven't even gotten past the first island yet, because I've been too busy trying
If
to...
anyone spoils anything for me, there
I've
will be
been-
hell to pay.
I've been too busy trying to catch Bagon, and I did, successfully.
Wait, you got a
Bagon, yeah, Bagon is the thing. It's the thing for me.
1%
Dragon!
chance on the last route on the first island.
Also, Corbin, I'm surprised you haven't managed to get spoiled with all the leaks that happened early on the internet. Because, you know, the game leaked 1 week early.
Yeah, I'm aware. The only thing that I'm really knowledgeable about are the Zed moves and the starter's final evolutions. That's really all I know.
Also, I just have this to say about Z moves. Z moves. They're pretty interesting.
Yeah, see, I'm from Canada, so we don't say Z, we say Zed.
Actually, that just means that you still have the Brits in you.
That's just how I've always grown up saying Zed.
Or the French?
I know. That's just because you have the Brits
Do
in
the
you.
French say it, Zed?
I believe so.
Then I think that's where the
we also spell
Canada
things
got it from.
We also spell things a bit differently up here in Canada.
Yep, you have the European spellings as well.
Yep, we got when we say like labor or honor, we add a little extra U in between the O and the R.
And same with color, armor.
Yep.
Lion Wing, that was not on my end. Ruby of Blue has the ability to turn us up and down for various things.
I have the ability to
like I
steal your
said,
voices.
Corbin and Ruby of Blue were able to hear me fine. It was just the stream that was broadcasting our voices that was turned down for one reason or another. I don't know why, but do not imply that this is my fault, Sir Lion Wing 1225.
Sawyer.
Don't cross me, bitches, or I'll take away your voice.
My voice. But I need that to communicate.
So, my thoughts on Sun and Moon so far. I think it's a lot of fun. The first island is pretty basic, pretty linear, but that's to be expected for this early in the game. Fuckload of tutorials, though, gotta say. Like, every 5 steps I take, I'm getting a new tutorial by Lily. Or Professor Kukui.
Such a weird name.
He's a fun professor, though.
I bet he is. Here we go. What's this? Oh, another pre-release.
Holy shit, there's a lot of Pokemon, though. Like, each route is jam-packed filled with Pokemon. I'm pretty sure on Route 1 alone, I came across 7 Pokemon. Just the first time through.
Star Wars this thing.
Oh, and I also, just talking about character customization here. With the customization options that I have so far, I kept the hat, because I liked it. I actually liked the hat. But I got rid of the shirt and I put on a red polo. Kept the pants, even though I'd rather, or kept the capris, even though I'd rather replace them with jeans. Hopefully, later in the game, I'll be able to get like a short-sleeved sweatshirt or a jacket of some sort, and pants, because I don't like my knees showing. Might remove the hat if I find a hairstyle that I really like. But I kind of like the hat because not having a hat is kind of boring if I don't have an awesome hairstyle. I want anime hair, damn it.
Well, find some.
Each island has different customization options though, so I'm looking forward to whatever I'm gonna find on the second island. Oh, and as somebody who's not played Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire or X and Y, I can say that the 3 battling system is perfect. I love it.
That's good.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. It's been too long. Creative Kira wants to know what starter you'll pick. Corbin.
Wait, what? Oh, me? Oh, I'm going with Rowlet.
Hells yeah.
Yeah, I'm going. I want a Decidueye.
I do not want Barakat. I will take second stage or quote unquote first evolution for Litten. That is all I will accept, and I won't have that mermaid seal anywhere near me, which is why
you don't want Luchador Kitty?
which is why it only gets one-shotted whenever I'm near it.
Why do you not want Luchador Kitty?
I'm talking about... Well, because... Fucking... Look! I looked at its move set. It is basically a firefighting type. I am spoilering that all over the goddamn place. Just because it has a fucking dark typing does not take away the fact that its moveset is fucking nearly all firefighting.
Did you
It's
not
a dirty
watch,
fighter.
Did you not watch Gaijin Goomba's explanation as to why they made it a dark type?
Do I have to... No.
It's part of game theory, and he's triggered by game 3.
Fuck Gaijin Goomba, fuck Matthew Patrick, both of them right now.
Hey, they're awesome.
They were good at one point, but
No, they're
now
still
they're a
good.
bunch
They're still good.
of pandering idiots.
No, they're still good.
Can we not, like, spit in the face of major YouTubers on my channel, please?
I'm not spitting. I'm saying I support them.
But I probably will pick Litten on my second team for the Moon playthrough. And on my second playthrough, I'm gonna get the Alolan forms that I want, namely Alolan Marowak and Alolan Sandslash, because
Nice.
I would have had them on my first team, but I couldn't find their movesets prior to release. It only showed the normal variants of those Pokemon's movesets. Extreme, what did your trainer look like?
I didn't really do much to my trainer. I am probably going to go back at some point and go back to the islands, but I cannot afford anything right now. I had to focus so much on healing items that I didn't have time to focus on customization.
Healing items? Why are you spending so much money on healing items? The game gives a lot to you. And plus, you could just cure status inflictions by going to the Pokemon refresh screen and brushing your Pokemon.
That only happens when they're afflicted by a status, and it's a medicine bar thing to the left. What I mean by healing items is simply things like it was initially super potions until I could get the lemonade, soda pop, and Moo Moo milk.
By the way,
I
where
love
do you
that Moo Moo milk.
where do you get more Pokebeans? I haven't gotten any since the first time.
I don't know either. They said somewhere, but I totally didn't pay attention to it, and so I don't know.
Well, some people might think of Pokemon Refresh as a little gimmick, but I think it's awesome, and I think they should totally expand on that for the future games, because it brings
they have to expand on it because
brings that new dimension of Pokemon that should have been in there from the start.
I
caring
have
about
to
your
tell
Pokemon.
You something that I discovered, and I'll tell you why they're saying it's a gimmick, because it is. Would you like to know more?
Sure.
So, if you, after the battle, you have an opportunity a lot of times to press the Y button to care for your Pokemon by doing various things like brushing it, drying it off if it gets wet. Well, it doesn't matter, because all that does is basically just give you an opportunity for free hearts and Pokemon Amii's affection thing, because I decided to, just for the heck of it, ignore the things that weren't status effects, come back to it later, they were gone. It didn't carry over into the later screen.
What do you mean?
Like, in terms of, like, if, like, for a Rowlet, it has, like, fluff stuffs, I guess you could say, that you have to do with a comb. and I let it, stay all messed up fluff-wise, and then I went back into the screen later, and the fluff stuff was gone. It didn't carry over from when I completed the battle. So basically, it doesn't even matter if you take care of your Pokemon. All it is basically just an opportunity for 4 hearts.
Yeah, and the hearts help you in battle, so that's why it exists.
That's no different than regular Pokemon to me, Ruby and Blue. But you haven't played X and Y or Omega Alpha or Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire yet, though. So I'm not surprised that you didn't really know that much about the Pokemon of me clone. I like the fact that you can do that now, though, and I don't think it's too gimmicky that you can cure the status effects with the little medicine wand, I'm gonna call it. That's pretty nice that they basically said, by the way, you don't need antidotes, pearls, heals out of battle anymore. All those things, burn heals.
We're not spoiling anything, Craving Crows. Nothing about the story. And you can look up Pokemon movesets. I mean, it's better if you do look up Pokemon movesets, so you'll be prepared.
Also, if talking about the mechanics of the games is spoiling things to you, then that's a little bit odd. But I mean, also I retract my earlier statement in regards to the game theorists, because that would be unfair because they are a group of 5 people. I only meant 2 of them, and I still retract that statement as well. Corbin, I apologize for my outburst.
What? An apology?
And also, Mokepan is an amazing webcomic, and you all should read it at some point, if you can, if have time. I named my Rufflet. I named it. Or Rowlet, whatever. Yes. His name is Roland.
Roland.
Yes.
Like, okay.
My Rowlet's, or now Dartrix, name is Jaeger. Because Decidueye's design reminds me of the outfit the Survey Corps wears in Attack on Titan. And Jaeger is German for hunter. And how owls are predators, so... And also, Decidueye is a owl sniper, so Jaeger!
Nice.
So, in regards to the firefighting typeness of future Litten, in general, Game Freak has done a thing where they changed the actual typing of a Pokemon based on the larger portion of its second typing's move pool. Like, for instance, Bulbasaur was always grass poison, but at some point, Bulbasaur was mainly poison grass, and they did change it back to grass poison from Generation 1. And this happened with a lot of Pokemon, for instance. And that's why the fact that Litten is not a firefighting type, despite having mainly fighting type moves in its move pools. And I will have to watch that video, by the way, about the Wrestler Cat thing. But it doesn't change the fact that they are going against their own established traditions in a way that makes no sense other than for fan backlash. And I know there's a lot of history behind the what did he call it? I don't know. Anyway, not Gaijin Google, my original friend that told me about why it looks like it does. But that was before we knew its typing too.
Hello, Deminiac. Welcome to the stream. Happy this is your first.
Weasel.
Hey, it's a weasel. His other name is Dominiac. Reminds me of the Animaniacs. Litten? Do you mean Artemis?
Artemis is an Alolan Purloin. That is my headcanon. Artemis is an Alolan Purloin.
So when Artemis gets older, he's gonna evolve into a Purugly.
No, that would be Lipard. That Cartloin evolves into.
Cats. They're all the same.
Speaking of cats,
Mm-hmm.
there's some cool cats in Alola. So, I'll just say that.
Well, there's one really ridiculous-looking cat. I can tell you that much. And then there's Litten, the Litten line.
By the way, people, if you're going to start Sun and Moon, it's not a bad idea to sleep in your bed. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, the first island takes you in like a circular path to where your house is always in the middle of wherever you're going.
Artemis wants to be Barakat.
She wants to be Literary Kitty.
Is it weird that I'm really, really excited about what the new clothing and hair options are going to be on the next island? I don't know why, but I really love the idea of character customization.
I would like you to curb your disappointment, please, because... I mean, not curb your disappointment, curb your enthusiasm. You're not going to be disappointed. But, on the second island, you won't be able to afford shit. I'm just letting you know that.
Oh, don't worry, I have plenty of money. I found a lot of stuff, and I haven't bought that much.
No. You do not have enough money. If you do you have 40,000 Poké Dollars?
Yes.
Okay, that's the cost of not even one item.
I think the only thing I've that's not a word. I think the only thing I've bought so far is a couple of Pokeballs and some Super Potions. That's it.
The items in the second island store are about 49,000 Poké Dollars each.
Well, if Alolan Meowth learns Payday, that's not much of a problem.
True. Payday is pretty awesome. But you know what? I am curious as to whether or not the O-Powers return in Sun and Moon. If they do, then Payday plus Meowth is going to be the best combination. But I haven't really seen if it has. I think maybe the that thing that I'm not going to reveal until it gets revealed to you. I don't think it's been revealed to you yet. But that thing, I think it might be in that place, but maybe not. I don't know. If they did take it away, I don't disapprove of that action because it really truly did make the game way more easy than it needed to be. So here's looking at you, a completely new guy. If you're still listening, that is. Anyway.
For those of you who have played Sun and Moon, which starter did you pick? Let's get a conversation flowing here. Oh, and why? Because the why is what's really important.
Creative Killer says that they want to be in the Alolan Vulpix because it's cute and they love the winter.
I don't have anything against the Alolan Ninetales, but if I wanted a nice type, I would go with Sandslash because it's more my style.
Speaking of ice types, man, there wasn't a lot of ice types in Alola now, was there? And that makes a lot of sense because it's fucking Hawaii.
Yeah, it was
that.
hard to believe when New York had a desert right in the middle of the fucking island.
Hey, there's an actual forest inside real-world New York, and nobody knows it that much except for New York residents. Like, when most people think of New York, they picture the big city, they picture the back alleys, but there's an actual legitimate forest in New York.
Well, yeah. I mean, New York does have a lot of forests. It is a very green state.
Ugh, Sandcastle Pokemon is interesting, but you know, there's a thing You know, Ruby and Blue, how you talked about the Pokedex entries on your Twitter annoying like 3 people, but still, most are only 3 people. The Sandcastle Pokemon is even worse. It's even worse. Pile of Sand, which is what I'm calling it instead of Palo Sand. Yeah.
I think that's supposed to be a play on words for that.
Yeah, but its official artwork has it devouring a Pikachu. Not the concept art, like the Sugi concept, but there's like official artwork involving like entries related to it. It has it devouring a Pikachu, like legitimately devouring the Pikachu, with the Pikachu having X's in its eyes, implying its impending death.
That's not scary at all.
That just sounds like a piece of artwork meant to, I don't know, be funny. And show how terrifying it is.
Funny Ruby and Blue?
When they replace the original cry with the anime cry, kind of.
Well, I mean, also
it's so weird and out of place to hear all these Pokemon cries, and then Pikachu comes along in Sun and Moon, and we suddenly hear like Pika. I'm like, whoa!
Been around
The fuck did you just say to me, bitch?
But the thing against her, she's really, really committed to the role, and I really appreciate Japan's love of their voice actors and how they treat them. But in the credits, she literally has her own solo credit as Pikachu's voice.
Well, that's to be expected. I don't have anything against her too. I think she's fantastic. It's just weird and out of place hearing her in the game. Also weird how they replaced a bunch of the original Pokemon cries, or not replaced, but updated them.
That happened in X and Y as well, a game that you did not play.
Yeah, so you don't need to say that.
But there's a reason for that, and that's simply because of the fact that Rhyhorn and Charizard had the same cry, and they just needed to change that and whatnot. A lot of them. There were only about 37 actual original sounds that they then took and modified to create the Pokemon cries.
You accidentally... How are you guys so far ahead? I'm not even done with the first island yet, and I've been playing it non-stop since I got it on the 18th.
I told you, I beat it in 25 hours.
They're speedrunners, man.
I'm not a speedrunner.
They're all speedrunners.
I did not speedrun.
They're all
literally
speedrunners.
Extra time petting the hell out of my Pokemon as well.
Oh,
so I even had time to do that.
I pet the hell out of my Pokemon too, but sometimes, mostly with my Charjabug, formerly Grubbin, I accidentally hit him because I tapped the screen too hard.
Yes, I remember.
What? Wait, you can actually abuse them?
Yeah.
You can get spin Pokemon on me. It's something that's existed since Pokemon on me. If you tap on the screen too hard, you can hit your Pokemon.
You have to be careful when you tap on the screen, because you'll fucking tap them.
No!
I immediately, like, give him a bean and a pet to say I'm sorry.
Corbin, you sound so totally shocked.
But that is a good way to, hitting your Pokemon in those little mini-games is a good way to get use out of the move frustration. Because their affection for you will go down.
My Pokemon frustration. I don't want them to hate me.
Corbin, it's okay.
What? How do you know?
Because they're just Digimon, Corbin.
At the moment, since I'm only at the first island, my official team only consists of Dartrix and Charjabug at the moment, and they were really all I needed, but Charjabug, I heard, is not gonna be able to evolve into the last island. Oh well. You can see my official team on Twitter. I posted about it. But my team is going to consist of Decidueye, Vikavolt, Salazzle, that I forget its name, but that bug water type that evolves from that weakling Pokemon and has that funny ability
Surskit?
that it runs away if it loses HP.
Also, Ruby and Blue, I got something to tell you after your
Turtonator and the dragon fighting type. Yeah, my team consists of a common type of bug, fire, and dragon. Fight me.
Matthew, that's exactly what I said. Worldwide release my ass. Spain, the UK. Game Freak, why didn't you do what you did for X and Y and Omega? Now, Ruby and Blue, I did various tests. Yes, I am a horrible person at this sometimes. I did various tests, and whether or not you actually abuse your Pokemon in the new Pokemon and Me equivalent doesn't affect their happiness level. So it won't get any benefits to frustration. They've completely separated the happiness mechanic from the affection mechanic in X and Y. I thought it would do something when I did it in X and Y, but it didn't. Oh, the Icy Stone.
What about it?
Yeah. I almost beat the game in one go, but if I had one more full restore, I would have beat the champion. That was just, it was literally down to the wire. I had knocked out all of the champion's Pokemon. I'm keeping their gender a secret from you because that itself would be a spoiler. And if I'd had one, literally just one more full restore, I could have beaten the league in one go.
So it took you more than one go then?
Yes, it did.
Interesting.
But that's me. Yes, Ruby?
I'm just taking my sweet time with the Sun and Moon. I'm actually completing the Pokédex.
I was taking my sweet time. I keep telling you, I was taking my sweet time.
You're not taking as much of a sweet time as me.
I even slept for 5 hours while playing.
Yeah, 5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours.
That is not a normal sleep amount.
No, it's not.
It is for me. It's 1 hour more than I normally get. I normally get like 4 hours of sleep a day.
One thing I really...
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
One thing I really appreciate about the layout of the game is that there's such a huge variety of Pokemon so early on. You can get a fucking Bagon, albeit at a 1% encounter rate, on the first island. That's crazy. Compare that to Bagon's first appearance, when you could only get him after you got Waterfall, which is like near when you're about to challenge the Elite Four in Meteor Falls.
It all comes together, Ruby of Blue, as it said.
Incidentally, it also makes EV training a lot easier because you have access to a bunch of different Pokemon with different EV outputs. Although I have held off on EV training my Pokemon at the moment because I'm sure I'm gonna find a bunch of items that are gonna really make that a lot faster and easier, like the power items or the Macho Brace. Don't know where it is though, but does anybody know? That said, does anybody know where and if an EV reducing or erasing item or thing exists somewhere in Sun and Moon? Because I'm gonna need that to erase the EVs that my Pokemon have gained.
I don't think that will be anywhere except the equivalent of Black and White 2's road thingamajigger. It means that you'll have to go do a place that you haven't seen yet. But no, you don't get them in the wild. No, you don't get them in the wild.
Don't get them in the wild. You mean berries? The EV draining berries?
I mean, sorry, not in the wild, but you don't get them in the main game. You get them in the mini game. But I'm not going to tell you what the mini game is until you discover it, which is on the second island. So you've got a bit to go, but you just there are no you can't find it unless you get out of the main game. Also, poor XtremetuberVII. He's all snowed.
Hey.
Too bad it was today and not tomorrow, because then you would have been out of school. But
I don't think.
But it's a blizzard. It's probably still going to be snowed over by tomorrow. So yay!
Okay.
Yeah, New York tends to have lots more blizzards than the rest of the Midwest and the East Coast. I mean West Coast. Sorry. I mean
Racist.
it's like New York is in this prime position to get the cold Canadian air, but you know, because California is pretty much a desert, so it has the dry air, but it's prime for blizzard territory.
I'd much prefer to live up in the cold rather than down in California. I can't stand heat.
So you are an ice type.
I don't know. I mean, can we just talk a bit about what my typing would be if I were a Pokemon? Like, I really like electric and dragon, but my name is Ruby of Blue, so wouldn't that mean I would be a rock type? I think my ideal type might either be rock dragon or electric rock.
Electric rock. Incidentally, there's a typing for that. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you'll find it.
There's a typing for a typing?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't know what the fuck I said there, but I'm pretty sure that I meant to say that there was a Pokemon with that typing.
I think
There's
I
actually
already
two
know what that
Pokemon.
is.
Get your words straight, man. Seriously.
I forget what it is, but I'm pretty sure I came across that Pokemon at some point.
It also existed in X and Y, I believe, as well. But this one is just yeah. When are you able to trade Pokemon in Sun, Crosby? Well,
as soon as you get to the Pokemon
Second
Center,
island.
should be. Right?
Second Island.
Second island.
Second Island.
That's weird. Usually,
First
in all
island is
Pokemon
pretty
games, you
much
can trade as soon as you get to a Pokemon Center.
basically a tutorial. It is basically an entire tutorial, but you can't do the trading thing yet.
Yeah, the first island is basically Tutorial Island. Oh my god, Nintendo is probably the worst video game developer when it comes to tutorials. Don't be a slave to your name, Ruby of Blue. Don't worry, that slavery is consensual. I signed a contract and everything.
Yep, XtremetuberVII is going to be a normal fire type.
Normal fire type.
Yep, he asked what typing he would be. He hates blizzards, and he likes Eevee, so normal fire type.
By the way, what is Rockruff's type?
Rock. Literally, it's in the name, Ruby of Blue.
I know it was rock, but I was wondering if it was also a normal type, because it seems like it would be.
No, it's ironically not a normal type.
Is that the werewolf one that can change depending on the daylight or nighttime thing?
Yeah.
Nope, it depends on your version, not the time of day.
I think the nighttime version is Rock Dark.
No, I think it's just rock, strangely enough.
No,
It's pure rock.
Oh, there's no subtype?
There's no subtype.
Huh.
That's a spoiler, you guys! Jesus! The Pokedex spoiler. And you were hounding me on that shit. But then again, since they so showcased it on the YouTube channel, I'm not gonna hold you as accountable for that one, because they featured Rockruff so goddamn much.
Thank you, Lindsay, and happy birthday. Happy early birthday.
Yay!
Also, with a name like Rock, with the way Lycanroc is spelled, I expected it to be like potentially having like some secret ability that made it turn into a bird for some reason, because of the rock bird, you know?
That'd be weird.
I know it would be weird, but fucking Sun and Moon is supposed to be weird, isn't it?
No.
Corbin, if Team Rocket stole your pocket monsters, what would you do? Would you go into Corbin Rage?
I'd kick the shit out of whoever stole my Pokemon. Nobody steals my friends.
5-star Jellyfish asks, what's my least favorite type? I don't know. I don't really hate... I don't hate any types, so I guess I would just go with what I least use. Excluding Fairy, because I haven't played X and Y, so it's kind of impossible for me to answer Fairy.
Everybody knows what my least favorite type is. Corbin? What is my least favorite type?
Have to bear with me, my memory's still fuzzy at the moment. I'm
Nightwolf.
gonna have to say... Shot in the Dark, it's Ghost type.
It is Fairy type.
Alright, yeah. Those things.
Nightwolf says, can we please not talk about Sun and Moon? How can you expect us not to talk about Sun and Moon? I make a fucking Pokemon animated series, and Sun and Moon just came out, and I've been playing it, so how can I not shut my mouth about that? I want to talk about my
COVID to the
experiences.
rescue.
It's like...
What's my least favorite dragon? In the Pokemon series or just in general?
I think that people that haven't played Sun and Moon, if they lived in the United States, there was really no excuse. Other countries, sure, but after the first day, literally pretty much everybody that pre-ordered the game, and there should be barely any lines at the game stores.
I don't know
And
why you
Best
don't
Buy.
why you don't want us to talk about Sun and Moon. We're not talking about the story. Just talking about everything
We're
else.
just talking about the game. We're just talking about
I
the
told
game.
you, people, even mechanics of people are spoilers sometimes.
That shouldn't be surprising
Also,
considering it is
one
Pokemon.
word. Fuck. And that word applies to one type of gameplay style, the Battle Royale.
Well, lucky the Riolu. My least favorite dragon in the Pokemon series, I guess, have to be Druddigon.
Oh, you hate Druddigon? I
said
love
it
that
was my
guy.
least favorite. I said it was my least favorite. I didn't say I hated him.
He can't
My
fly,
favorite-
so that's probably why Corbin dislikes him.
That's
my
my
favorite-
go-to
my-
dragon for black and white.
My favorite dragon, it's kind of a toss-up between Salamence or Hydreigon.
Well, going back to the question about what my least favorite type is, I'm inclined to say rock, but, well, not really least favorite, but least used. So, rock might be it.
Also, Ruby and Blue. You probably also have fairy typing. Just saying. Because you know you are very versatile against dragons, and you like dragons a lot. So it makes sense that you'd be able to have a domination over the dragons in the sense of typing things.
Yeah, whenever... Like, I can't help but have my team completely filled with dragons, but that... It works out because I like Steel type as well, so I end up filling my team with moves like Steel Wing, Iron Tail, and Flash Cannon.
Oh, can I also just say, Carbink is 4 times weak to steel.
Why? Because it's like rock fairy or something?
Yes.
Oh wow, I was right.
Yes. Corbin, how else would it be weak to steel that much?
Ice and fairy.
Typings.
It could be like ice fairy. It could be
Wait, do we not have an ice? We don't have an ice theory type. Wait, yes we do. No, we don't.
Glalie?
We don't have an ice theory type. Game Freak, don't you do it?
Well, Glalie is a pure ice type. I'm sure we do have a fairy ice type somewhere.
Nope, we don't have any fairy ice types. We have water fairy types.
They're gonna do it, man. Just watch. They're gonna do it.
Gee, I'd be more inclined to say that ice is more of an ice cannon than a glass cannon, because a glass cannon is stronger than an ice cannon. You can't shoot a cannonball out of a ice cannon as easily as you can out of a glass cannon.
Yes, but they'll still shatter.
Ice Theory is a Vulpix? That's not a new Pokemon, Evan.
Yes, it is. That is it. Ice Fairy, that is Ninetales, there we go. That's it. That's our answer.
No, that's not a fucking new Pokemon!
How is it not a new Pokemon?
No! Guys! No! I'm telling you, no!
Just because its sprites and models share similarities to the old ones doesn't mean it's not a new Pokemon.
I will fucking fight you!
Why is Ninetales not a fire fairy to begin with, anyway?
You guys.
By the way, I want to talk about why. I want to ask why ice is not super effective against fire. It could literally be the type duo that is super effective against each other, because fire melts ice. That's a given, but if an ice type attack hits a fire type, then that ice type attack melts and it becomes water. So why is it not super effective against fire then? Because it would turn into steam? Because the water would turn into steam and not water?
I think there should be a new move typing called Steam type when you use an ice type move or a water type move on a fire type that is strong enough to resist.
Steam type. The first Pokemon of that category will be Lord Gaben.
Actually, Volcanion is the one that I'm thinking of, because that's
a fire
the one
water
that is
type.
the water fire type. Glitchy is correct, though. Glitchy is correct. I did not say that it had to be a new Pokemon, but I'm still not acknowledging that as an ice theory. It is an ice theory, though, so that is true. It is, but I'm still not acknowledging it because
why do you acknowledge Ninetales but not Alolan Ninetales?
Well, I mean, it's the same reason why if you're just gonna be doing that, then the first. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let me check this again.
Actually,
because I drained myself so much playing Sun and Moon that I basically forgot everything that I learned about Pokemon beforehand because of the fact that they changed so goddamn
Here's
much.
the thing, though.
Lucky, you're
Alolan
so right.
Ninetales and Ninetales are divergent of the same evolutionary line. Evolutionary line, and I don't mean Pokemon evolution, real evolution. And I found a Pokedex entry in Sun and Moon that's not terrible and not shit, and it said that Drowsy and Munna share a common ancestor. So, evolution. So with that being said, aren't Alolan Ninetales and Ninetales just divergent paths of evolution? So why would you not consider Alolan Ninetales a new Pokemon, but you would consider Munna a new Pokemon?
Also, before we get to that, I have to answer Artemis. Also, Evan, no. The reason, Artemis, I already hate the fairy type in general. That's what I'm saying, though. And I also like how both Drowsy and Muna have the ability to use Dream Eater. One is a pink. Shiny Drowsy is pink for that reason, I think, to make it more Moon. Shiny Drowsy is basically a male Muna.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Richie, I don't even know what the fuck connection you're making there.
How do you not know what connection he's making there?
Richie, I don't even know what fucking connection you're making there. Look at your Vulpix. Now look at me. Now look at your Vulpix. Now look back to me. Your Vulpix is now an ice type. Now back to me.
You guys are gonna kill me if this keeps up.
Your Drowsy is now a Muna. Now look back to me.
Guys, stop it seriously. You've been dying this rate.
Right, now I can actually get back to answering while Corbin is dying in the background.
Oh,
So,
shit!
main reason
You asshole!
I wouldn't consider the Alolan, Vulpix, and Ninetales to be divergent in the sense that Drowsy and Muna were divergent is mainly because of the fact that the location of the Drowsy does not change its appearance drastically. Well, I mean, Ninetales isn't really that drastic anyway. In a way that, like, the Alolan one is simply more or less an Darwinian evolution. No, that doesn't make sense either about the thing. But it's basically a change in environment.
Wait.
And if that were the case, then that
Wait,
would mean that you could have.
We have to... Well, first we have to determine if Alolan Ninetales is divergent from Ninetales, or if the two of them share a common ancestor.
We'll get back to that. But mainly the thing is, if that was the case, then Game Freak would have basically shot themselves in the foot with this whole Alolan thing, because that would mean that they would, in order to justify that, other than just being a new mechanic, they would have to make it so that if they were trying to make the connection between Drowsy and Muna in the sense of divergency, that if you took a Drowsy that was, like, young, I guess, but pre-level 5 or level 5, and moved it into a Alola, eventually it would have a new typing and whatnot. Not Alola, sorry. Ishu.
It's not how evolution works.
I know it's not how evolution works, but that's apparently what happens with certain Vulpix if you move their eggs to a different region.
Their eggs.
Yeah, because you can't. The Vulpix in the Alolan Vulpix starts as an ice type. It doesn't become an ice type.
Like Cubone.
It would it hatches from the egg as an ice type as opposed to a fire type. So basically, you'd have to move a Drowsy egg from Kanto, I guess, is their home region. I don't know where their home region is.
Well, do we even know if they literally just, if it was like metamorphosis in an actual fire-type Vulpix, or if it was a fire-type Vulpix that moved to Alola, and then its ancestors gradually evolved into an ice-type?
We don't know that. They didn't really clarify that much.
Well, it's better to assume the latter then, because that's more logical.
Yeah.
Seven's triggered.
Zevenster and Artemis are triggered.
Also,
look, you can't say that's not how biology works. Fucking mammal Pokemon, all Pokemon fucking
Metamorphosis is not adaptation, Zevenster.
Also, Lionwing, you haven't even heard of my proper Joker impression. You think my laugh was Joker-like? You ain't seen shit yet.
God, Ruby and Blue, Zephyr and Artemis are just going off. And we're just here. They're fucking bringing real world goddamn biology in this, and we're talking about fucking Pokemon.
That's not magically morphing into an ice type from a fire type is not adaptation. That's magic.
It's just metamorphosis.
It's not even metamorphosis. Anyway. It's just magic.
Magic.
Pokemon evolution itself is more like metamorphosis.
Up in here.
This is like
Alolan forms. How do they work? Fucking miracles. That's what we got.
Nethys. Nethys. Hi, kitty.
I want more official detail about Pokemon evolutionary lines and common ancestors, because that seems really cool. I want to know what Kadabra might share a common ancestry with.
I would hope the Kadabra and Vulpix, as well as Kadabra and... what's the other fox?
Yeah, because they're like fox-like.
Like Braxton.
Oh yeah,
Braxton,
Delphox.
Delphox, you probably get a nice
Delphox and
sidekick,
Alakazam probably share a common ancestor because they're both foxes and they're both psychic. Even though
Nice
Alakazam is
psychic
like a...
type, man.
Alakazam has both fox and goat influence because like Satan and magic and goats.
Sevencer's done. Sevencer's done.
Yeah, he's done. He's out. He's like, fuck this shit. I'm out.
And Artemis says, I hope you Naruto run into a fence, whatever the fuck that means.
I think I get it.
I haven't watched Naruto in years. Did he do something stupid like that?
No. I get it. I get it. I see why she did that. I get it.
Also, Glitchy brings up a great point. They're both psychic foxes as well.
That's what I just said, yeah.
So, Game Freak is basically effectively triggered Evan, and that's okay.
What other Pokemon?
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
What other two Pokemon might have a common ancestor?
Let's see.
What could Slowpoke have a common ancestor with?
God, that's fucking weird to think about. Also, have you caught any Slowpoke yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And the Pokedex entry for Slowpoke, I just want to ask you, does it seem a little odd to you?
Well, I'm playing Sun, and if I remember correctly, it just said that Slowpoke don't feel pain, and that their tails, even if their tails get cut off. Something along those lines about not feeling pain. But I'm content to just ignore the Pokédex completely.
Lucky, yes, I didn't know your question. I'm like, yeah, you're right. There should be fucking space type Pokemon in there. Where are the space type Pokemon?
If you want to have a space type, then make Palkia Dragon Space and make Dialga Dragon
Yeah,
Time.
if they introduced like a cosmic type, that would change like a ton of Pokemon's typings. Like Deoxys,
right.
Solgaleo, Cosmog. So many Pokemon would have their types changed. It would be like a huge
Yay!
mess.
I'm Artemis's favorite now. Yay!
Though a cosmic type would be pretty cool.
Yeah, Cosmic would be pretty cool.
Though I'd imagine it'd be probably the most limited type there is, because why would a space type be on Earth?
That is true.
Cosmic type be on Earth.
So, are you getting more work done now? Because, like, it seems like all this conversation has got your art juices flowing.
It helps me keep me focused.
I'm in the middle of a blizzard with an open window and my t-shirt and jeans on. Why don't you get a freaking sweater, Zeb?
How about you close the window? That might help.
How about you get a gosh darn fur coat?
Maybe he's vegan.
Ruby Blue does not endorse or sponsor the murdering of animals for their skin.
Well, unless it's animals that we don't normally slaughter, it's not much worse than slaughtering them for meat.
Speaking of slaughtering them for meat, I had a vegan turkey. It was pretty okay.
What is it made out of?
Okay. I don't fucking know, but that's not important.
Synthetic.
Since we're on the topic of that shit, when I was younger, I was introduced to meatless chicken. Like I was visiting my friend up in Cultus Lake, a friend and her husband, and they served me chicken nuggets, and I dug into them thinking, oh, they're just regular chicken nuggets. They're sitting there laughing their asses off, like snickering, and I keep asking, what's so funny? They're like, oh no, I'll tell you later. Just finish your dinner. So I finish it, and I'm like, oh, that's really good. They start bursting out laughing. I'm like, what the fuck's so funny? And they said, that was vegetarian chicken. And I'm like, it was? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, huh. Can I have some more?
It's just a prank, bro.
Oh, I took.
Seems like you had a nice soy chicken.
I didn't care. I was like, huh. And then all I said was, "Can I have some more?"
Magic type. Magic type is already psychic. Magic type is just psychic.
Psychic is the magic type because dark is the evil type. So that would be evil and magic.
Psychic, like, refers to, like, occult type of things and the mind, and also catch-all for magic.
Also, my kitten has decided to join the stream.
Well, going back to the synthetic meat thing, I'm hopeful for the future about synthetic meat. And actually, I had some fried mushrooms the other day, and they were almost indistinguishable from fried chicken. Just a bit softer and melted in your mouth a bit easier. So, if we can create meat that tastes exactly the same, and we don't have to slaughter animals, then why the fuck don't we do it?
Well, we also have to understand that at some point, if we do get that advanced, we might find ourselves with an animal overpopulation that we're going to have to deal with, and then we might as well just be eating the meat again. So
animal over, like, how would animals? We don't hunt animals, Extreme. We don't keep the wild population in check. All the animals that we eat are domesticated and live and are bred on farms anyway.
I understand that, Ruby and Blue, but you do know how much the wild American buffalo population was before we got our hands on it, right?
No, that wasn't us. That was before America was colonized. They got all slaughtered by the Native Americans.
Native Americans here, Ruby and Blue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Lucky the Riolu, why would I go for a Meowth when I could go for a Lucario?
Lucky the Riolu? That seems like an ironic question coming from a Riolu person. Also, what's the name of it? What's Young Goose's evolved form's name?
Gumshoes.
Zangoose?
Zangoose!
Gumshoes, the detective.
Zangoose!
Young
Gumshoe. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, Zangoose doesn't have an evolved form. What?
Zangoose.
I thought I heard Zangoose.
Young Goose evolves into Zangoose. Oh, maybe they have a common ancestor. Young
That's
Shoe.
a good point. They're both monkeys.
Young Goose and Zangoose.
Mongooses? Mongai?
Yeah,
Mongai.
But Zangoose is the cat ferret Pokemon.
It's not a fucking cat ferret. It's a mongoose with its
It has
Japanese
cat.
name.
It has cat
Pokedex.
like attributes though.
It does. It does.
It's fluffy. It's so fluffy.
It's just one of
I
those
want a
Pokemon that
Zangoose.
combines
They're so fluffy.
animals, like Avatar the Last
It's also
Airbender
chubby.
does.
I don't
It's also
care.
very, very fluffy.
It's fluffy. I love fluffiness. I want to have a Zangoose.
Also, we need to have a Maine Coon Pokemon, but then people would accuse us of copying Digimon with Maine Coon.
That's racist as hell, dude.
I am a freaking Zigzagoon. I am not a Riolu. I can't change my name now.
Yes, you can.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done, Extra. You got him triggered now too. Gee, I swear to God, you're triggering everyone in this stream.
Let me just take a look here. Yeah, that's a Zigzagoon icon. That's a Zigzagoon icon.
Jesus Christ, man, you're triggering everyone.
Are you an artist, Lucky the Riolu that is a Zigzagoon? If so, then maybe you should draw some fan art of Shade. Because Shade is awesome.
Why not Shade and Shredder?
Just Shade, because Shade's a dope.
Shade and Shredder.
Shredder's hard to draw.
And Shredder's hard to draw. The dogs are easier.
But Gay Gecko.
Oh, Jellyfish brings up a point, but I don't quite agree as much with it.
Tentacruel and Jellicent?
Yeah,
I'd
hopefully.
say that those jellyfish are similar, yes, but I'm not quite sure.
I would say Jellicent is closer to Drifloon.
Yeah, because it's more ghost water type than
Yeah, they're like both balloon-like.
That is true. That is true. Maybe they all could share some kind of connection.
Well, yeah.
I definitely agree with the Cacturn and Maractus, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that always spiked James. Always spiked him in the face.
Carnivine and Victory Bell?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
I
both,
guess.
They're
little
both
bit.
technically. Well, one's a pod and one's a Venus flytrap.
Yeah, well, they're both
But they both-
carnivorous plants.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but the potted pitcher plant is not related to the Venus flytrap as much, though.
Well, they are somewhere down the line. Anyway.
Also, does it not bother anybody that fucking Victory Bell is a potted pitcher plant with eyes and giant enough to completely devour a human whole?
Well, it is
Does
a
that
Gen
not
1
freak you
Pokemon.
Yeah, but that's fucking freaky, man.
Pokemon are scary. Damn, nature, you scary.
Damn, nature.
Guys, I know who has a common ancestry. Jolteon
Oh, yeah.
and Vaporeon. Weird, right?
Huh? Huh?
Just blew your mind.
I can't tell if you're being if you're bullshitting me. You're actually being serious.
Is there an electric water type? Like, I mean, I haven't been like playing that much.
Yeah, Lantern.
Lantern, yeah.
Lantern.
Okay.
There's one,
Is it
there's
the
another
only
two.
one, though?
No, it's
Okay.
not the only one.
So there's about 2, maybe 3.
Who's the other one?
I forget.
Because an electric water type is an interesting type if you think about it.
It is an interesting type.
Strangely enough, I haven't come across a shiny in Sun and Moon yet, but I have come across like 3 shinies in black, or I mean in white, and one shiny in white and 2 shinies in emerald. Like recently, and that's weird
I
considering
always find
Sun and Moon has an even higher shiny chance.
Really?
I always find it interesting when we have Pokemon types that are contradictory to their super effectiveness. Like, say for instance, a ground electric type, or
Those
well,
are the
in that
most
case, it's
interesting Pokemon.
or a fire grass type, which we don't have yet, by the way. We still don't have a fire grass type.
That'd be very
Yeah.
hard to design.
Yes, it would.
Or a grass fire type. I would prefer a grass fire type though, because that would imply that the Pokemon had more fire type moves due to its secondary typing being the one that they get the more moves of, as opposed to the fire grass. Let's see here. What other ones are there? Flying ground? Yeah, like Tornadus. Bug fire, like Volcarona. And I guess whatever the moth is, the larvae moth, Larvesta. There we go, got it. Psychic Dark. No, that's a non-effectiveness, not a super effectiveness.
Psychic
What's Psychic-
Ghost. Psychic Go. Or,
Yeah,
no, it's Ghost Dark. Ghost Dark. Ghost Dark.
Well, Ghost super affects
Sa-
Ghosts, so but yeah, I mean Sableye is Ghost
Sableye,
Dark.
Sableye and Spiritomb.
Yeah, though they're weak to Fairy now because of that very reason.
That is true.
Otherwise,
Hello,
they had
Nephthys.
no weaknesses.
What you looking at? Nephthys is staring at me like, keep petting me, bitch.
You know what? Glitchy, you're absolutely right. Missing No being an Ultra Beast would have been great. And silence. Poison Psychic, because Poison is super effective on Psychic. Or no, Psychic is super effective on Poison, I mean. Do we have a Poison Psychic type? I don't think we do,
I
actually.
don't
There are a
believe
lot
we
of-
do, no.
There are a lot of poison types with psychic type moves.
That is true.
Let's see here. We do have Water Grass. That's Ludicolo.
Water grass
Yes.
is pretty easy though.
Yeah, it is. It's basically just plants and water, so.
Yep, water plants. There you go. Grass. Water.
Corbin, name one Pokemon who deserves a Mega. That's easy.
Zorar.
Flygon.
But isn't there already a Mega Flygon?
No.
Nope. There's Mega
Okay.
Yanma. Oh no, I'm thinking of Yan Mega. Sorry.
Confusing name.
Yeah, but no, yeah, Zoroark definitely deserves a Mega.
Let's see here. What?
Nidoking,
is
yes,
there?
it's 5-star Typhus. I totally agree. Mega Nidoking needs to be a thing.
Fire Ice? I mean, that could be like what the next step.
That'd be even
Alolan
harder to
Vol-
design than Fire Water, actually.
We already have a Fire
Yeah.
Water.
Because of the fact that
We have a Mega
What if
Flygon. His name is
cross-
Garchomp.
what if you crossbred Alolan Vulpix with Kantoian Vulpix? That would be a Fire Ice type down the line eventually.
I started a war.
I
Look,
never
he's like,
meant
I
to
started a war.
start a war.
I demand a Mega Butterfree.
Mega Butterfree
Well,
would be pretty
because
cool.
we
We
have
already have a
Mega
Mega Beedrill, so why
No,
not?
but- yeah, but because you have a Mega Beedrill, why can't we have Mega Butterfree? No?
Because they're both version exclusives of each other, essentially.
We don't have
No, they're
a Mega-
not.
No, they're not?
That's Scyther and Pinsir, never mind. Which would be Mega Scizor and Mega Pinsir.
Smooth, buddy.
They're both bugs,
Oh,
so it doesn't matter.
I know. I thought of
Fuck
another two pairs of Pokemon that have a common ancestry. Heracross and Vikavolt, because they're both stag beetles, right?
God.
Oh wait, no. Heracross is a horned beetle. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
Pinsir and
actually a
Vikavolt.
Hercules
then.
beetle, but close enough.
Pinsir and Vikavolt would make more sense, actually.
Yeah, I could see that. Stag beetle versus whatever the hell Vikavolt that is.
Vikavolt is a stag beetle. That's literally its classification in the Pokédex.
All right. What other typing? I think I got almost all of them, except it would be silly to have a normal fighting type or a normal ghost type.
I could see a normal fighting types. Like,
Yeah,
you make a really
yeah, I could see-
unassuming looking Pokemon that actually has some real fighting prowess.
I mean, technically, can't humans be considered a normal fighting type?
humans in the
Yeah,
Pokemon world
yeah.
can also be considered psychic types.
Hell, that
And dark
I mean-
types, because humans can be evil. And ghost types if they die, and their spirits wander. So humans can be the those four types.
Yes, Echo, we are
We
still
can't
talking
be-
about Pokemon. This is the entire point of the stream.
This
It's
is a Pokemon
based.
animation stream. For fuck's sake.
Jesus!
Echo Capsule seems like he doesn't want to talk about Pokemon.
You have a Pokemon
so-
icon, for fuck's sake.
He does?
Yeah, Blaziken.
Oh my
God, no.
God, Neopets! Glitchy, you're taking me back to 1999.
I have a Neopet, even though I never played it. Like
I had a
little
wolf
plushie.
Neopet,
Come on.
and I was always poor, so I was visiting the soup kitchen. Visiting the soup kitchen.
Oh, hey, that's right. Crosby made a point. Mega Lopunny is normal fighting.
Aha!
So
There we go.
We technically do have that.
Alrighty, that's good. That's good. Mega Lopunny is pretty nice.
Let's see.
It's also an 80s dancer.
Yeah.
All right, now let's see here. There's that. Okay, so I think
there should be a Mega Dragonite. The Megas would be Dragonite typed.
I wonder
It
why they're
does
giving
have a
Megas to
Mega
already
Dragonite.
really strong Pokemon, though. You'd think they'd give Megas to Pokemon that need them.
Shoot. Rock flying? I think we do have that as a type,
Archeops.
though. Yeah.
Archeops. Or
Articuno.
whatever.
So that's another one that was pretty
Articuno's
nice.
ice flying.
Sorry, not Articuno. Aerodactyl. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, Aerodactyl.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl too. Then in that case, flying rock. Make a flying rock, because the rock flying is already a thing with Aerodactyl. Let make a flying rock. Also, I just want to say this now.
Flying rock.
Well, if you throw a rock, then it flies.
For like a limited amount of time, before gravity takes over.
Well, unless you throw it really hard, if you're like Superman. If you throw it into
Yeah,
space,
again,
then it'll be
gravi-
flying
grav-
forever.
Yeah, but again, that's physically impossible at this point.
I'm sure we could
'Cause there's-
throw a rock
there's
into
nobody,
space.
There is nobody that strong physically that's able to do that without like some kind of machinery.
We have the technology. We can do it.
We do have the technology, but we don't have the biology, I guess? I don't know.
think Glitchy almost Bernie Sanders with Pokemon because he said Barney instead of like spelling it the proper way. But he spelled it like if you had Bernie Sanders mixed with Barney.
Barney Sanders.
This is gonna be the funniest stream I've ever attended.
Yeah. No, Shade is not snoring on a Ruby of Blue's legs.
He should be. That's the cutest thing.
There's not enough room down there for a,
Also,
a
if you
lap
had
pet.
a pet hyena, would you name it Shade?
Probably. If I had a pet crocodile or a pet gecko, I would name it Shredder. Though I want
Did I
a
already
pet
say-
that actually, I want a pet that loves me, and not a pet that just looks at me from its cage. Pet bird would be
Cats
pretty
love
cool.
you?
Also, Porcelandit, it doesn't evolve unless you get a female one.
Ah, another comb bee scenario.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ah, matriarchy.
eh.
Matriarchy.
Matriarchy Pokemon. Are there any patriarchy Pokemon?
No, not really.
3 words.
mean-
Another hyena Pokemon. Huh?
I don't know. Instead of doing that, they should just give Mightyena an evolution.
Zevinster, that's not the best way to put it, but that is kind of true, I guess.
It's not inaccurate.
I mean, the male one is already that, but with males, so... I mean, they both, together, they both,
Well, I don't.
both have...
I don't mean exclusively male Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon that only evolve if they're male, and the females don't have an evolution.
Yeah, there's a few of those, but I don't think we're talking about the same type. I think we're mainly talking about ones that, like, have an evolution that can only be if they're male, and there's a few other criteria, because otherwise there'd be just a lot of them. Like, for instance, well, actually, you know what? I think that, if you think about it, Nidoking and Nidoqueen are both examples of interesting shinies, because if
They're
you look at a
each other's
Nidoran
brothers.
male, it's the color of a regular Nidoran female, and vice versa. So does that mean that the Nidoking would be the colors of a Nidoqueen, and the Nidoqueen
Yes.
should be the colors
Yes,
of a Nido?
yes, except
Yes.
Nidoqueen are not the colors of a male of a Nidoking. It's randomly green.
What?
Yeah, that's not good.
Nidoqueen shiny is green, weirdly.
No, it should be pink
I know, right?
or purple or whatever color.
I wonder if that's
Nidoking is.
Pokemon's way of including trans Pokemon. You have a male Nidoran that's the color of a Nidoran female.
Also, that if you do the color inverse, it becomes the Nidoking. So I guess that's close, but not quite the same. Just like how if you invert Mewtwo's colors and then switch the light and dark around, you'll get the shiny Mewtwo color. It's a pretty lazy way of doing a shiny, though. can't think of one either. Glitchy. Wow, what the fuck was I saying? I don't know.
Whoa,
I can't think of one either. It's like there's a lot of matriarchy Pokemon, but like Ruby and Blue said, there's not a lot of patriarchy Pokemon.
We need more patriarchs.
Somehow it's more socially acceptable for men to be under women than women to be under men because of history.
Shiny Nidorans must have one hell of an identity crisis.
Oh, maybe all shiny Pokemon are actually trans. Poke theory.
No, they're just genetically inferior, but also superior at the same time.
How are they genetically inferior?
Well, shinyism is basically albinism, but it's albinism with a benefit as opposed to, like, non-beneficial albinism.
How is it beneficial?
Their IVs are... Well, back in the original day.
Well, not
their
anymore.
IVs were...
I was only in Gen 2.
Not anymore. Also, it doesn't matter with IVs anymore. Like I said, hypertraining is a thing. So, theoretically, you should be able to create all the shiny unknown that you want. Oh, and you should be able to have twins. Twindas. Twindas.
How's Rufflet only male? How does it breed other than with the Ditto then?
Ah, good point.
I wonder who Rufflet and Braviary are most closely related to.
That's easy. Since they're from America, that means that you have to look for the Vulture.
Oh, the Vulture Pokemon?
Which should be Volibee and Mandibuzz.
That makes sense because those two birds are version exclusives of each other. So that does make sense. Also, I like how Braviary's design like fits in all aspects of America, in that it's like the America thing with the red, white, and blue, and then it's Brave, and also its Japanese
Eagle.
name is War Eagle, Wargle, and also it takes a lot of design inspiration from Native Americans, so it comes from both ends of what America is made up of. The natives and the people who colonized it. It's pretty cool.
Crosby asked me if I was typist.
Yeah, you are.
I am. I hate the fairy types. I am typist against the fairy types.
I'm for equality of all types, even bug types. Bug types need some kind of buff.
I like bug types. Scyther is my favorite bug.
I like Scyther too.
And it's all Kenji's fault that I like Scyther so much. And then there was another Scyther. I've just been bombarded with Scyther awesomeness.
We've seen like the culture, the culture of wild Scyther in the anime. I wonder how that culture would react if one of the Scyther evolved into a Caesar. Would it be like outcasted, or would it be worshipped?
Probably outcast, more likely, because it would be the there actually is a fanfiction that I read that basically delves into this a little bit. Basically, one of the Scyther that was like the major head of it, he basically said he would never trade in his blades for pincers, and he considers it to be a bit of a weakness, even though they have pretty much the same stats.
They have the same stats, just different spread.
I don't know why you would trade in like fucking awesome swords for pinchy things, really.
Well, because pinchy
that?
things can latch onto your opponent and drag them around.
Yeah, but you're fucking chopping them into pieces with blades.
Well, it makes sense if you think about it, because blades work better for a faster fighter, and that's what Scyther is. Caesar is a lot more defensive and is a lot slower, so pincers make a lot more sense, because if you're defending, then you can use your pincers to attack while you're defending. Because you don't need to swing the pincers like you do the sword, so it's a lot more defensively oriented, so it makes sense.
Also, completely new guy made me think about something. If there's Pokemon that only evolve by trading with an item, does that mean that humans are directly responsible for a lot of, like, the mutations in Pokemon? Because how
yes,
would
because
Scizor
otherwise
exist
object-based
if-
Pokemon wouldn't exist.
Because, like, Wild Scizor would not be a thing without humans, so that means that, like,
That's
technically there should be no Wild Scizor.
that fits into exactly what the relationship between Pokemon and humans is all about. Because you notice wild Pokemon, barely any wild Pokemon can be found in their fully evolved forms. So without humans, wild Pokemon can't grow as much.
Well,
Humans
unless
are
they're
like
just
the key.
really old.
Humans are like the key to Pokemon reaching their true
Oh
potential.
god, glitchy. Humans and Digimon evolution. They need humans to digivolve most of the time. That's what the whole Renamon thing was about.
That said, trade evolution still doesn't make any sense. I can't possibly come up with a story
I can.
reason for
Ones
that.
and zeros being corrupted or edited simply by the trading process, because they turn into Digimon technically.
That is true. They turn into Digimon while they're inside Pokeballs and PC. I don't know if the PC is supposed to be a virtual world or if they literally just they're taken somewhere real, and the PC is just a representation of where they are in the real world. And when you put them in the PC, they just teleport to that location.
I like that idea better.
Because that's how it works in the anime. Though I can't imagine, I imagine that if the PC is like a virtual world, it would probably be a pretty good place to live.
Oh my god, Glitchy, shut up! Oh my god.
Now what has he said?
That is hilarious. I'm gonna read this out for you. You see, Pokemon tribes have slaves of various ranks. Their superiors will sometimes trade with the other members or other packs of Pokemon, and that leads to natural trade evolution. In other words, slave trading makes you stronger.
Oh, it's so dark. It's so funny too.
That's what we call black humor. That's what we call black humor.
Come here.
Or black comedy.
She's going all wide-eyed. Her pupils have dilated. She's in hunter mode.
Your cat?
Jaeger mode. Anybody else who've watched Attack on Titan, does the song ever get stuck in your head? It does for me.
Well, I just put my hand on top of her head, completely covering her face, 0 fucks given. She's getting ready to pounce.
Belle is the most tolerant cat ever. I can do whatever I want to her and she'll just like accept it. Taco, if he doesn't like something, he'll fight back.
So Belle's the type of cat that you could literally spin around and she'd just like, okay, when are you gonna be done? And kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
That's the type of attitude it has, I guess.
Belle is very, very submissive, and I can see that when she and Taco play, because whenever she and Taco are playing, she's always the one who goes down on her back defensively. So she is very submissive.
So could Belle theoretically be bathed in the sink?
Yeah, I can't imagine that Belle would be too difficult to bathe. I mean, the squirt bottle barely works on her, but Taco, on the other hand, he would be impossible to bathe.
You know what? I think I could go for a nice, good bomb pop. Yeah, I'm thinking about a bomb pop right now.
Oh, what now?
A bomb pop, Corbin. It is an American ice cream product made by the Blue Bunny Company originally.
Obama made an ice cream out of himself?
No, we're not talking about Obama Snow crossed with. It's Obama Snow crossed with Vanilla Ice. We're not talking about that. No. So that makes me think. What the heck would like the Vanilla Pokemon think of like the fact that we eat ice cream cones? Like, I mean.
Well, I'm assuming Vanillite just... I don't know. I don't know how object-based Pokemon come to be, but we do know that Pokemon are extremely adaptive, and they have a much faster evolution rate than humans or animals. So, but I don't know what circumstances would lead to a Pokemon evolving to look like an ice cream cone.
Or a cotton candy Pokemon either. But there's a lot of Pokemon that would just look delicious to eat. Like, what's next? A fucking sandwich-based Pokemon?
Oh god.
Don't say that. You're gonna give them ideas.
Give them all the ideas.
I mean,
Do it.
Crustle, or not Crustle. I don't know what that Earth-based bug type is called. But that Pokemon kind of looks like a sandwich of Earth.
The one that we call Magio in Japanese, which would be
shoot, what is that? What is that? It's a ground electric type.
what is Magio's English name?
Is it the pancake Pokemon?
Yeah, pretty much.
Stunfisk.
Yeah, that's Stunfisk. Stunfisk pretty much is a.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the crab Pokemon that has Earth on its back.
Oh.
That Pokemon kind of looks like an Earth sandwich. And Onyx looks like a shish kebab. So Onyx
I'd
wouldn't
say
be very
more
tasty.
kebab, because kebab is the thing and shish refers to what it actually consists of. But yes. If you put a Steelix through an... Oh god, no. That'll turn really weird sounding. I'm not gonna finish that.
I came back to getting a thought of a coconut Pokemon. Guess what? Executor exists. Midnight Storm Dragon.
Storm Dragon 25 Executor is a coconut Pokemon.
So, how do object-based Pokemon come about exactly?
Yeah, and what did Voltorb and Electrode look like before Pokeballs were invented?
I mean, maybe some of them were engineered Pokemon by humans. In fact, I'm pretty sure Magnemite was. At least according to its Pokedex, which I don't really pay attention to anyway.
So, have you noticed how Crabrawler has, like, the equivalent of a, half-lidded black eye?
Yeah, I like Crabrawler. He reminds me, I don't know what about him, but he looks very vintage. I don't know what it is.
The boxing gloves!
Yeah, but other than that, it's like his hair and his eyes. Crabrawler kind of looks like an old cartoon character.
He looks like, Astro Boy, but with boxing gloves.
Like, I imagine Crabrawler to have, like, one of those... the kind of voice you would hear in an old cartoon, like from Popeye. Kind of like a Brooklyn accent, I would expect him to have.
Lynchy, Kurt is the one that you would want to talk to about that, because Kurt was making Pokeballs out of apricorns, for the past 50 years. And Professor Oak, when he was a kid in the anime, had an apricot-based Pokeball, but it was like the half step between original apricot Pokeball and modern Pokeball. So it was like, basically the equivalent of how our laptops, like, it would be the equivalent of, in the 90s, we had laptops that weighed like 12 to 15 pounds. Then in about 2003, we got laptops that weighed about 7 or 8 pounds, and then now we have laptops that weigh only like 2 pounds. Professor Oak's Pokeball is the equivalent of those middle laptops. His Pokeball opened from the top. He basically twisted a cap off of sorts, and it opened up the Pokeball's capture thing. Like, you know how most Pokeballs have the thing on the front? Well, the Apricot Pokeball hybrid thing that he had opened on the top. Cool looking, actually.
I don't know how.
Looks very steampunky.
It'd be interesting if Voltorb inspired the modern Pokeball, but Voltorb is like, it looks like the kind of Pokemon that would be fairly recent.
You mean like how Clink only appeared 100 years prior in Black and White?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Also, does that mean that Clink is older than Voltorb? Potentially?
Well, I'd imagine that, well, Gears are pretty old. And Clink isn't an electric type, is it?
It's an electric steel type. No, wait, it may be just a pure steel.
Yeah, I think it's just a steel type, so
It's a steel type, yeah.
Clink would probably be older than Voltorb, but I'm hesitant to accept anything from the Pokédex anyway.
Also, electric steel is an interesting type.
Electric steel is a good type. Makes sense.
I'm still annoyed that water isn't super effective against steel. I am still annoyed by that to this day.
Because steel rusts.
That and water can cut through steel.
Cut steel.
With like really concentrated streams.
Yeah, because don't we have like hydro cutters now or whatever they're called?
Yeah. But I'm assuming steel is supposed to be the ultra defensive type, so it needs as much defenses as possible. But in Sun and Moon, they got rid of steel's resistance to psychic and dark, didn't it? And ghosts.
They did.
That's weird.
Steel was already pretty powerful. They had to weaken it a little bit, but not too much.
Just enough.
But they also made it super effective against Fairy for some reason. I guess because, you know, like in the classic Tales, the knights can take on the fairies because magic and like whatever.
A fairy might be magical and shit, but a fucking bullet will do it in.
Yeah, it's got a natural weakness to iron. Fairies. Iron is corrosive to fairies.
That said, why isn't flying weak to steel? Because birds get shot all the time.
Well, mainly because it's like trying to slice a bird out of the air, and we don't usually have a gun Pokemon, so when we hit a gun Pokemon, I'm sure they'll make the flying type weak to steel.
I want a gun Pokemon.
It'll happen. It'll happen. Just wait. It'll happen.
That is pure man-madeness, though.
Well,
but
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We already have a sword Pokemon.
Yeah, we do. We have Aegislash.
Aegislash.
We have the Aegislash line.
A Samurott has swords on his legs.
Yeah, but that's a water type, though.
And not only that, but those aren't really the same type of swords. Those are like keratin-based swords.
Those are they're called scimitars.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, Samurott doesn't have a scimitar. He has like spears.
No.
Or lances.
Scimitar.
Yeah. That is not that. If they call them that, then they don't know what an actual scimitar is.
They don't. You're right.
But swords, man.
It's like that's a curved sword, isn't it?
It is.
They just chose the name because it made the most sense because it's a freaking water type.
Wait, that's the name. That's the inspiration for Samurott.
Okay. Both up until evolves the Samurott, both Oshawott and Duat had their weapons are called Scalchops, which is supposed to be a play on the word scallop. And then when it evolves to Samurott, it gains scimitars, which I know it doesn't look like a scimitar, but you know, if you put the word sea in there, it makes sense because it's a freaking water type.
Wait, where does it say scimitar though? Is it in its Pokédex entries?
Is it in its Pokédex entry? Because that, like, okay, Corbin, you brought this upon yourself, but we need to Japanese this. We need to go back because the Scalchops, quote unquote, are basically just called shell blades in Japanese. So
you'd think Samurott would have katanas, not that.
All right,
because it's a samurai. I don't know. Where does scimitars come from then?
Scimitars are Middle Eastern, I think.
Yeah,
They are indeed Middle Eastern and
So-
Ottoman Empire.
that doesn't make sense. Why would a samurai have a scimitar?
I'm gonna look up the
They don't-
Japanese.
they don't- well, they don't even. The thing is, they don't even look like scimitars. They're double-edged. Scimitars are single-edged.
Yeah, it is a double-edged sword. Pretty sure Japan did have double-edged swords,
I
though.
think they kind of fucked up on the design, and they just kind of put it together like, oh, we'll just call it a scimitar because water.
Extreme, can you search up if any samurais use double-edged swords and not katanas?
No, I don't believe they do.
They do not.
It's all.
They
it's
have.
all
They just have multiple swords for that purpose, which would be
katana.
cool.
No,
Katana is just Japanese for sword, though.
See here. Okay. No. Okay. No, that's not it either. I'm having trouble finding the Japanese name for the quote-unquote. Yeah, they are actually called scimitars in the goddamn Pokedex. Fuck you, Game Freak.
Scimitars.
That is bull.
That is interesting.
yeah, I don't know why they're. I don't know why.
Rule of puns.
Hotachi! And Ashigatana. Ashigatana. Fucking there. They're Ashigatanas. Fucking no scimitar bullshit, okay? No scimitar, Corbin.
Ashi?
They're dubbed scimitars in the English dub, though.
I know they are. Ashigatana is much better, though.
I'm all
it's
about original supremacy that overrides everything.
Ashigatana is more than likely based off of the Uchigatana, which is what you would expect a samurai to have. And I listed the Uchigatana because I needed a different sword because the katana is too long for the purposes of hiding it underneath an overcoat. So I needed to change his katana to an Uchigatana. So yeah, the Uchigatana is also in Dark Souls. Dark Souls loves its katana weapons.
It's so cool
So,
how
yeah.
we have a samurai water starter and then a ninja water starter. I wonder what other
Yeah.
Japanese warrior we could fit into a water starter role. A Yakuza water type Pokemon?
Probably.
So if old Pokeballs were made of apricorns, how did it work? I don't know. Fucking Kurt never explained it.
The Pokemon universe, I don't know how. Well, we don't know how Pokeballs work to begin with, so
No.
we have no hope of explaining how old Pokeballs worked.
Actually, take that back. I take that back. I think they came close to explaining it in a special, but they were interrupted, which was a goddamn cop-out, and that annoyed me. Now, let's see here. What water warrior? Okay. So, so we got samurai, ninja, and I guess maybe a palace guard. Maybe. Well, those would still be just plain samurai most of the time. Glitchy. I'd say that their attack would be more aiming for the kneecaps. Also, the Yakuza, they if you fail your boss, you cut off your pinky and give it to them as an apology gift. The origin of that being that you couldn't really wield the sword properly without a pinky finger, so you were basically dependent on them from that point forward. Pretty fucking brutal, but also doesn't really work in the modern age where we can still do things without a pinky, because we did have sword. We don't use swords that way anymore. Also, I care more about my thumbs than my pinky finger, because
Yeah.
with thumbs, I can still video game.
Pinky's
But
not
if I lose
very, not the most useful finger.
If I lose my thumbs, I can't video game anymore. I can't push the X button on my controller.
Oh no! Whatever. What
So, just thinking about this right now, what are some types that fairies should be weak to but aren't?
Well, it's weak to they're weak to steel and poison, which makes sense.
I feel like I should be weak to fire.
That is what I already said, though, a long time ago, because Fairy actually is resisted by fire, so they should be weak to fire, but they're not.
Because fairies are like part of nature.
Do we have a... Celebi should be a grass fairy! This is the only time I will ever tell you that I will accept a fairy type. Celebi should be grass fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true because it's a fairy sprite. So yeah, I guess
It's
that makes
difficult though
sense.
because Celebi is so old and has a huge psychic move pool already that it'd be really, really inconvenient to
I
Celebi
didn't fucking
players.
change goddamn Chansey or Wigglytuff for those other fairy types, Ruby.
Because they were
Yeah,
normal
but there
types.
was normal types, and normal types, normal types are pretty malleable.
That is true.
And what about Meryl and Azumarill? They were water types.
Yeah, but they didn't take away a type, they added a type.
That is
They
true.
were only water types and then they're water fairy, so it's a lot easier.
Actually, Azurill was a normal type, I think.
It still is.
No.
Azurill is still a normal type when it begins, I think.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
it becomes Meryl, which is like water fairy, and then Azumarill.
Meryl was the prototype for water seal. Meryl was the prototype for water seal. Magical water seal.
What? And Steel and Dugong weren't?
No! They
So
weren't
then
supposed to
prototype
be.
Meryl became Spheal? Because Spheal
not
and
what I
Meryl
meant.
are both circular round water Pokemon.
But yeah, they are circular things. So if you combine those two aspects, like Meryl being a new fairy type and Spheal being the water type, it basically creates the Bryone, whatever the fuck its name is. I don't fucking know what the name is anymore.
Brionne. I gotta say, I like Popplio's design. I'm okay with mermaid water Pokemon. Even though it should have a male form. But the middle evolution is fucking ugly, dude. Like, it's so hideous.
Missy would absolutely love Bryone. She would love Bryone.
Yeah, she would,
I don't
but
think-
I hate it. Its eyes are just hideous. It looks like it's gonna eat my heart. That's one of the reasons why I didn't choose Popplio.
Isn't there a Raiders of the Lost Ark reference in one of the Pokemon leagues where there's a Graveler or a Golem that rolls down at the protagonist and whatnot?
Which game?
Movie. I don't think in the games. Though there may actually be. You know, I've been thinking we need another Ruins of Elf. We really need another Ruins of Elf. That was a good lore building puzzle mini game.
It also gave you an excuse to catch many different kinds of the same Pokemon.
Dear God, Glitchy, what the fuck did you just say?
Huh?
Oh my God, Glitchy, you make me laugh so goddamn much. But you also make
I did
Big
want to
baseball.
evolve Brione, but numberstat autism overpowered my degeneracy.
Yeah, I'm pretty autistic when it comes to stats, too. I'm into that kind of Pokemon. Like, that side of Pokemon.
I never heard it called number stat autism. I've never heard it called that.
I would love to have a Grovyle, but Sceptile is just better. Also, the fact that Mega Sceptile evolves into a dragon makes me feel better about evolving Grovyle.
Also, this looks fucking awesome. I'm gonna just post this here. This looks fucking awesome. Just look at the look on that Oshawott face.
Oshawott always has a funny face.
What is it holding?
Snap. Also, snap. That is apparently a sound effect. S-N-A-K.
What is it
Snap.
holding?
A scale chop.
Oh. That Oshawott looks so pissed.
I don't know what they did. They did something, but yeah.
Tepig tries to protect itself with like what looks like a book or a filing case.
Yeah, that's a binder. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, good job with that one, man. You just destroyed that kid's Pokemon trading card collection.
That's pretty brutal, actually. The fact that it's able to slice open a binder like that.
I also feel like Fairy should be weak to Bug, because in my mind, I kind of think of Fairy as synonymous with Grass, because they're both very nature-oriented.
Yeah, I could see that a little bit, maybe. But if you make them weak to Fire, Bug, and Steel, that's basically just covering a lot too many types.
Then again, Bug could use more effectiveness.
True. But Bug should be able to, let's see here, what is that? I'll think about it later, give me a bit. Corbin talking stuff.
Talking stuff, talking words, talking. Fucking talking! Wait, what? What's the question? Corbin, where is the long, non-legendary Chinese dragon? Beg pardon?
It's Dogan Rampa, I mean Drampa. That's the non-legendary Chinese dragon.
Huh?
Oh my god, Glitchy, stop! I laughed so goddamn hard during that. Like, during emotionally tense scenes, our character was just, like, smiling and shit. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Change your expression!
I wish we had the option to control our character's expression during any time, because that'd be funny. There's only in the opening cutscene that I saw the protagonist's face change. One of the opening cutscenes.
It's like, yeah, we're just talking about how a Pokemon... Now, this isn't actually a thing that happened through the same, but... yeah, we're just talking about how this Pokemon just died and was kidnapped and brutally murdered. But, yeah, I'm gonna have a smile on my face. It's like, dude, no, stop. You're creeping me out. Don't smile at that.
If you put sunglasses on your character, you can make a dead-ass face all the time.
Yes. Oh, get your paws off my computer.
We should have the option to control our character, choose our character's default expression. In fact, we should have a character customization from the start. It should be a store.
That's
and
true,
then if we
but
want to change it, if you still
How
want to have a
else would they
store,
have-
you could have. If you still want to have a store, then you could use that if you want to change it mid-game.
Oh, you
How
want extra stores back.
are you going to have extra grindiness if they don't make you buy it with in-game money as opposed to being able to do it from the start?
Well, they could have exclusive clothing later on for money, and then they have the default set.
Also, Game Freak was so progressive with Animal Crossing, yet they still don't let the male character shop for female clothes.
That makes me
guess they-
laugh.
I guess they just don't want kids to wear dresses as guys. Sure, you can do it when you're an adult, but when you're a kid, nope, sorry, no dresses for you, kid.
Totally frowned upon.
I already told you, Lucky! Dogan Rampa Dragon! Drampa!
Yeah, they gave you like $30,000 or yen to start the game off with. It's kind of weird how all of the regions use yen, even though it's called Poké Dollars. So we got yen being used in America, France, and Hawaii, which is part of America. So I guess instead of America, Japan is taking over the world.
Also... Shoot, I lost my train of thought. Crash! I need to save all the passengers. Give me a sec.
Killed everyone next stream.
Oh, Ruby of Blue, have you encountered Team Skull for the first time yet? I just
Yes.
I don't.
I'm done with the first island. All that's left is to actually leave it.
All right, because I don't want you to say anymore, but I just wanted to know if you had.
Well, I've barely seen them at all yet. So far, they just seem to be comic relief and not an actual villainous team. Because even in game,
Yeah,
literally
we said
nobody
this-
actually takes them seriously.
Yeah, we said that about Team Flare too, remember?
No, we didn't. You may have, but I knew Team Flare meant some shit, man.
Oh! Oh! Oh, my brain was hurting when I saw those people. I was like, oh, are you... Really? Really?
And you know what else? You know
This
what
is
else?
the bad guys?
You know what else?
What?
I can't really say more, but it involves the news broadcaster that's on the futuristic hollow thingamajigger. Also, how do we go from being holographic stuff in Kalos to being like is Kalos just like super future advanced compared to the rest of the world, or how do we go from Kalos to back to being like not having holographic?
No.
everything?
That's just the Pokemon equivalent of the real-world technology gap between Europe and America.
No, Japan still has the same problem. Like, the Poke Japan still has the same problem.
Yeah, but Japan Pokemon games were earlier in the timeline.
True, but that doesn't change the rebirth in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Oh, don't start with that shit again. Well, yeah, nobody's gonna give a shit about Team Skull when there's only like 2 guys on the first island. It's literally just 2 guys going around dancing and telling
if you
people
listen
to
their
give up
theme,
their Pokemon.
I almost
Give
thought
up
that I
your
heard the word
Pokemon.
"damn" said in
What?
their theme to get crap under the radar, but it really wasn't. But
Nope,
you will
just-
also hear,
It's just English rap.
except the word "skull" is clearly heard. That's the only English word that is
Skully!
clearly heard. No, just regular skull. Though I wonder what it is in Japanese.
Probably the same.
It's like, give us your Pokemon, or what?
They're pretty funny. So far, they're not. So far throughout the game doesn't want me to take them seriously. It doesn't want me to look at it the same way I look at the other teams, so I don't. Whenever they
Wait,
showed up for the second time, they were like, "Hey, you recognize us?" And I had 2 reply options, so I chose the one that said, "Who are you?"
Yes, I did the same thing.
I probably would, if I were in the game, I probably would remember them, but just for shits and giggles, I'd be like, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. Just to see their reaction.
I remembered them, but I said that anyway.
I mean, it's kind of hard to forget faces like that. I mean, those are faces only a mother can love.
Corbin, is Zigzagoon the only raccoon?
No.
Sorry. No, I don't think so.
That's what Lucky asked.
There's Centret.
Yes, Centred and Furret.
And then, yeah, Furret is
Ferret.
Furret is a combination of both raccoon and ferret, though. A little bit of both.
Ooh, that's it. Common ancestor, Zangoose, Ferret, and Centret. There we go. We
Wait,
got
how
another
is-
one add to the list.
How's a ferret that close to a mongoose?
Well, remember, it's a combination of mongoose, cat, ferret, and those 3 together.
What if Skitty migrated to a really hostile region filled with a bunch of Seviper, and then it was forced to adapt into Zangoose?
Why Skitty, though?
Well, because cat-like, and they both share the same region.
You know, I think the thing that I did like about X and Y that you'll experience reviewably, depending on which version you get, is how if you have a horde of Zangoose and there's a Seviper there, they will attack the Seviper more than they will attack you.
Yeah, I heard about that. Also, if you encounter a Heatmore and Durant, all the Durant will gang up on the Heatmore.
It's pretty nice touch. I like it. You keep your starter Pokemon with you at all times? Yes, completely new guy. I do. I don't know why I wouldn't. I mean, what's the point of putting your starter in a box?
I only don't carry my starter if I need to train other Pokemon on the team, and I need room for an HM slave at the same time.
But Ruby of Blue, EXP share.
Yep. I like how they gave you the EXP share so early in the game, though. They gave you a lot of really... They do a lot of really convenient stuff early game in Sun and Moon.
That's because they're trying to make it easier, remember? Completely new guy hates it.
No, Rotom Dex hasn't appeared in the anime yet.
And it better fucking not.
I hope it does, because I love Rotom Dex.
I know Rotom Dex is fucking awesome, but I can't imagine the anime would do it justice, because you know how the anime do.
I don't know. I think Sun and Moon, from what I've seen of the anime so far, it has the capacity to have pretty clever writing, so I can imagine a pretty smart-ass Rotom Dex.
Also, I swear that in the trainer school that Ash is going to, I swear that if there is not a reference to him in the trainer school in Alola, that I will be very, very disappointed.
Huh?
You know all regions have a trainer school, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the Sun and Moon anime has Ash going to a school, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a trainer school in Alola, so I would be disappointed if, because we have Ash Greninja, if there wasn't a reference to Ash in the trainer school.
Well, so far, from what I've explored, no. Plus, the school in the anime and the school in the game is, like, drastically different. For one thing, Kukui isn't a teacher at the school in the game.
Zigzagoon is a raccoon dog, not an actual raccoon. Good day. That is known as a Tanuki, Lucky, and, I would say that no, Zigzagoon does not appear to be a Tanuki.
It's both. It's a dog, Tanuki, raccoon. Pokemon just combines animals like Avatar The Last Airbender does. That's why we have things like Espeon being a cat when it was once a fox.
Yeah, that was an English dub exclusive where Dexter called Ash stupid.
It wasn't exactly a dub difference, it was just a lot more direct in the dub.
They just wanted to make us laugh. We were kids. It was okay for them to do that. Also, he's a lot more helpful than the actual Pokedex is.
Oh my god, Glitchy. I hope Sun and Moon is Pokemon's Sonic Boom.
Oh god.
Thankfully, it is not. So why don't we talk about the Sun and Moon anime for those who've seen it for right now?
I haven't, but I don't care because I don't get spoiled with the anime. And
I can safely say that it is not Pokemon's Sonic Boom, though I still have 3 major problems with it. So, my thoughts on the Sun and Moon anime so far from the 2 episodes that were released. I think it is perfect and perfectly executed in everything that it tries to do. It is perfect for what it is. And, you know,
is it a reboot?
I can't find, like, a technical flaw with it. And no, it is not a reboot. I'll get into that. And that's something I actually like about it. But I'll list my problems first. And they aren't really technical flaws with the show, because they're fully intentional. So, but I still have a problem with them. So, problem number 1, the downgraded level of detail on the characters. Now, people say this is to allow for better animation, but the level detail in X and Y wasn't at such a ridiculously high level that it would make the animation that much harder to make than in Sun and Moon. So, the downgraded level of shading in Sun and Moon is completely unnecessary, and it just makes stills, and there still are a lot of stills, a lot less pleasant to look at. And so that is something I am against, the downgraded level of detail. Second thing I am against Satoshi's new design. Completely unnecessary, only serves to alienate fans of him, especially after we only just got used to his new design for Black and White and X and Y. I really hope they go back to his old design, because I feel like this new design is only for this anime because it's a lot more relaxed and laid back, so his design kind of reflects that. So with that said, I hope after Sun and Moon anime it goes back to the way it was before, because I do not want this new style sticking around, because it makes Satoshi look even younger than he already was, which doesn't fit because this is not a reboot. I mean, this new design would have made a lot more sense, because it looks a lot younger in Best Wishes, which actually was meant to be a reboot at the start. But, yeah, I hate Ash's design. He looks younger, and that irks me. Funny thing is, nowhere in the... I might be wrong about this, but nowhere in the first episode do they mention him being 10 years old. Although, in one of the Sun and Moon anime trailers, they mentioned him being 10 years old, but I'm not sure how much stock we can put in that. But, yeah, I don't like Ash's design. Completely unnecessary. No reason to change his design. It just... No. No. Third problem I have is... it's a lot smaller, but it has to do with Satoshi's personality. They flanderized his excitability. Like, I know Satoshi is a naturally very excitable person, and he's always pumped to go to a new region, but they just went way overboard with the Sun and Moon. He was just dumbfounded at every single thing, no matter how minute and small, in the first episode. And it got a little grating after a while, because it just comes off as, like, not excitable, just a lot less mature than he was in X and Y, just to be dumbfounded by everything, and it just irked me because it felt like his maturity had regressed a bit. But that's the only thing I felt about Satoshi that did regress. Because, and this is the thing I like about the Sun Moon anime the most, Satoshi is not, his skill has not been reset. He did not lose anything except for the island challenges that at the school in the second episode, which weren't even battles anyway. The biggest thing that shows that Satoshi's still a fucking badass is that the very first time he used the Z move with Pikachu, he was able to master it flawlessly and pull it off flawlessly. And also whenever Team Skull was harassing one of the students, Satoshi was the first to step up, and before the student used the Z move of himself, Satoshi was kicking their asses and moving around with Pikachu gracefully. So, it makes me very happy to see that his skills are still here and he is still an awesome battler. And that is something I am very, very happy to see. Also, another thing I really, really loved, in the first episode when he was run over by a bunch of Kentaros, or Taros. He specifically mentions right after he was run over that he's used to handling Taros because he's caught them before. Fucking hell yeah! Reference back to Kanto, and shows that this isn't a reboot and he has been through a lot and he is an experienced trainer. So I'm really excited to see what they do with this. Like, they want him to come off as experienced. When he battled for the first time, all the students were amazed at how good he was at battling. So I'm very happy that while they did regress his personality a bit, well, not regress, but like flanderized, he is still a very, very great battler, and that puts this miles above Black and White or Best Wishes already. Yeah, the animation is fantastic. That's not unsurprising. Still don't think the downgrade, I really don't think the slight downgrade in shading quality did that much for the animation anyway, because they're still frames with the characters just talking. So it really wasn't worth it for me, for the downgraded detail. But the animation is still fantastic, and I love it. And yeah. I'm not really worried about this anime being too over-the-top goofy and not serious, and not having these serious moments, because the end of episode 2 was like, it's like we never even left the XYZ anime. The end of episode 2 was like so, well, the end of both episodes were really grand and fantastic. Like, the end of the first, well, I don't want to spoil it, but the end of both episodes were, really awesome. Just all I have to say about the end of the episodes. Is there anything else that I didn't like or liked about it?
Can I just point something out real quick?
Yeah.
The entire time you were talking, you were cutting out, like, really badly.
Maybe just for
It's
Skype.
perfectly alright on the stream, though, Corbin. I've been listening to him via the stream. It's just the Skype call.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to listen to, like, I listen to the stream, but then I hear the constant cutting in and cutting out on Skype, and I'm like, ugh, this is getting on my nerves! It's gonna annoy me, this is gonna annoy me! I don't like it!
But, yeah, all in all, you know what? I'm looking forward to the Sun and Moon anime. I feared, like, they're not going the way that Black and White did. That's not their intention. Their intention isn't to reboot him. So that's the most important thing to me. Despite the design that I don't like, I still really enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to what they do. Already, I can really spot a lot of differences between the Sun and Moon game and the anime, because in the Sun and Moon game, the school is like not nearly as large of a focus as it is in the anime, and Professor Kukui isn't even a teacher at the school. He just gives lectures there occasionally, and Lily in the game seems to have a large role. But she hasn't really done anything yet in the anime. But it's only 2 episodes in, so we'll see. I'm really curious to see how this series is going to be structured, though. Like, I feel like they're gonna, it's gonna be a thing, a kind of formula where the school is the home base, where they come back to after visiting all the islands, and like each island will have its own arc. That's how I feel like the series is going to be structured. So not too different from the usual formula. It's just that they have a place that they constantly go back to. So it's not going to be a school anime. It's not really. I don't feel like that's how it's going to turn out. Still going to be traveling to all the different islands because that's why they exist. Team Rocket hasn't appeared in the Sun and Moon anime yet. They might in the next episode, though. Oh, also, there's a possibility that Ash Greninja could actually, or Satoshi Greninja, whatever, could be an early conceptualization of a Z move, and perhaps that's why, you know, he pulled off a Z move with Pikachu so flawlessly because he already mastered it with his Gekoga Greninja.
Gekoga. Name in Japanese, Gekoga.
Also, random thought. Did anybody else really note the difference between Japanese Gekoga and English Greninja? Their voices? Like, English Greninja was all like, Greninja! And Gekoga was all like...
Gekko was like, Gekoga!
Gekoga! I have no doubt that the dubbers are gonna absolutely mangle Sun and Moon, though. It's just something that's not gonna bode well for the dubbers, because Sun and Moon, in order for it to work, needs really, really good and convincing voice acting to really pull you into the performance. If the voice acting is awful, then it's just gonna come off as really dumb. So I have no doubt that the dub is gonna be pretty bad. Probably worse than usual. It amazes me how they still haven't broken out of the 4Kids era of really unenthusiastic voice acting. Because where the voices would normally be really enthusiastic and shouting at the top of their lungs, the dub's all like, "Okay, Raichu, use Thundershock!" It's like they're afraid to yell.
They need to take notes.
It's something funny. If you guys don't know who Your Movie Sucks is, he's been watching some Pokemon episodes, and he made a similar point about the voice acting. He said like they're afraid to yell because they're in their mom's basement or something.
Oh, we got a baby slow.
Hey. I wonder what they're gonna do with the music in the Sun and Moon dub, because the Sun and Moon music is already pretty laid back, and that's what 4Kids are. They might as well be 4Kids. That's what the dub music usually is anyway, even in serious scenes. Like one of the dub music in X and Y make me cringe so bad because, like, there was one scene where Satoshi passes out and then I think both him and Gekkoga both passed out. And there was this like little dream sequence where Gekkoga walks away from Satoshi. And then in the dub, it's supposed to be like the scene is in the original is like no music at all. It's supposed to be really quiet and haunting. In the dub, they added like this weird circus music. It sounds oh my god, stop! Stop, please.
Stop what?
Stop the dub music. Give Pokemon to fucking Funimation or something, please. Why are you still doing this? Like, both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon are, I think that some of the only animes that are still stuck in the old practices of dubbing. Hey, Brandon Iffy.
If Funimation did Pokemon, I'd be really happy. Because Funimation's done a lot of good stuff.
Who dubbed Death Note? Was it Funimation?
Well, Funimation's done, like, a lot of things. They've done, like... Well, they're... I think they're working on, like... Don't they do Fairy Tail? And I know they've done pretty much all of Dragon Ball. Didn't they do Fairy Tail as well?
I don't know, but who dubbed Death Note? Because I've been watching that recently, and that's probably the best dub I've ever watched.
I watched they also dubbed Danganronpa, the anime. They did the dub of that. Let's see. And actually, now that I think about it, there was a person from Funimation who actually was actually, yeah, Sean Schemmel. He was he got some roles in some Pokemon series, some of the Pokemon series. He was in movie 8. He was the voice of Lucario, and I think in like the series, he also did like an extra as a Chandelure.
Yeah, I feel like the Pokemon dub voice actors could be good because they do have good voices for their roles. Like Sarah Nanochetti is a better actress than Veronica Taylor was, but she just doesn't go far enough. Like Sarah Nanochetti is just afraid to let emotion in her voice. Like I feel like if Sarah Nanochetti had better directing, she would like make a fantastic Ash. But as it stands, she's just like, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt!
She was very good as Guildmaster Wigglytuff. That was a hybrid between 4Kids and Poke Company International. That's what you would want for Sarah Nanochetti as Ash when she's Guildmaster Wigglytuff.
The biggest thing is that Sarah Nanochetti is just afraid to actually yell. And that's the biggest thing, because Satoshi is a loud person. He doesn't have an inside voice.
You asked who dubbed Death Note. It was a combination of Funimation and Ocean, actually.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
Because Brian, shoot, what was his name? Brian Drummond, the voice for Ryuk, is actually the voice of Vegeta in the Ocean dub. But there's a lot of other Funimation voices in there, too.
So far, I have...
Saitama.
So far, I haven't spotted any script changes between the original and the dub of Death Note, so that's pretty fantastic. I mean, the only reason I wouldn't watch it over the original is just because, well, it's original. Why would I watch it in a language that's not the original? But like usually with other dubs, I usually have other reasons why I wouldn't watch it. But with Death Note, it's just that it's not the original, and that's a good thing. Only criticism I might have, and it's not really a problem at all because the actor is fantastic and pulls off the role well, is that Light's voice sounds a bit too normal and not cold and calculating, like he should. A little too jocular. I couldn't watch Attack on Titan's dub because Aaron's voice is so whiny. And the actor sounds like he's trying to do a higher pitched voice than what his voice naturally allows for, so it comes off as really whiny. And also Armin's voice, Armin needs, well, doesn't need to be, but I prefer if Armin was voiced by a female because, you know, the point of a dub is to give people in another country the same experience, and having Armin's voice be voiced by a man, well, one, Armin's voice also sounds whiny, but two, doesn't give exactly the same experience as having the same gendered voice as the original. And that's the same reason why I prefer original Fullmetal Alchemist as well, because Edward Elric's voiced by a man rather than a woman. Lucky the Real who asks you, what's your favorite Fox Pokemon Extreme?
Well, now, that's certainly an interesting question, but the answer is Zoroark.
Zoroark is Fox? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Just think about its pre-evolution, and yeah, it's a fox. It doesn't look like a fox as a Zoroark, though.
Well, it's dubbed as the Illusion Fox Pokemon, so...
It's also a Kitsune.
My favorite fox Pokemon, even though it's not really a fox, it's... well, Alakazam or Kadabra. Little more Kadabra because Kadabra actually has a tail, and Alakazam loses its tail magically.
It gets a longer mustache though.
I would totally super fluff a Kadabra just to be able to sleep in its tail, and you know this.
Although Kadabra and Alakazam really don't have that many Fox characteristics, so I guess I'll pick another one. I like Delphox. That's nice and fluffy. What other Fox Pokemon are there?
The Delphox line. Vulpix, Ninetales.
Also, did anybody else think that Rockruff's cry is super fucking adorable? I deliberately just clicked on every Rockruff I found just to hear its cry. I want a Rockruff for my second team. My second team, when I play Moon, is gonna be probably gonna consist of a Alolan Sandslash and a Alolan Marowak. I don't know which Rockruff evolution I'm gonna go with. If it's gonna be the one that's not the werewolf, then I'm gonna trade over from Sun, obviously. Don't know who else. Oh yeah, Incineroar is gonna be my starter.
Yay, Luchador Kitty.
Water type might be the legendary Island Guardian, the one in the shell. Hey, thank you, Extreme Lucario.
I hear my roommate's watching the 1990 Spider-Man cartoon. Sounds like an episode just ended.
I don't know who was the most competitive Fox puzzle because I don't care about competitive because it's competitive, and in a real-world battle sense, like Satoshi battles, there are no turns. You just do things, so I don't care about competitive.
Competitively viable might be Ninetales because of its drought ability.
Ninetales is actually banned in certain things. It's the Drought Ninetales combination with a few other things, so you would be more leaning towards the correctitude, I think, in terms of Ninetales being the most competitive Fox. But yeah, as I said, I don't care about that stuff because turn-based.
I don't know what the Alolan Trail is, Glitchy. I haven't gotten that far yet. I haven't left the first island yet, even though I am done with it. I spent a lot of time trying to get that Bagon to complete the Pokédex. My hands are cold, fuck. Oh, throughout the entire game? I thought by Alolan Trail you meant an actual location in the game. But I wouldn't know because I haven't gotten that far. Well, yeah, definitely. I posted my entire team on Twitter, and well, I'm gonna complete the Pokédex in the game. My team is gonna consist of Decidueye, Vikavolt, Komomo, Turtonator, the Bug Water type that has the ability that it runs away if its HP gets low, and Salazzle. So yeah, I have a common type across my team of Fire, Bug, and Dragon. I've totally gotten into the competitive side of Pokemon, even though I'm not really into Smogon itself. I do like the official competitive side of Pokemon. And let me tell you, sometimes it's hard, especially with these newer Pokemon that haven't been tested yet. Trying to devise a moveset. I had a really hard time deciding whether or not my Salazzle should have Toxic, because its ability allows it to poison both Steel and Poison types. So, you know, that's the argument why it should have Toxic, to take advantage of its ability. But on the other hand, Salazzle is really frail. Its defenses are terrible, so it's better as a sweeper. And it also has Sword Stance, or no, Nasty Plot. So that's better to make it as a sweeper rather than a statuser. But it's a shame that its ability goes to waste, though. I can still poison types though with moves like Sludge Bomb. Yeah, I'm okay with getting Komomo at the end of the game. I'm gonna have a full team anyway. Plus, I already went through the effort of getting a 1% encounter rate Bagon, so what's getting a Komomo? Oh, E1, you having trouble making a walking animation? Oh yeah, Wimpod. The Wimpod evolution line, but I don't know what its evolution is called. It has a similar ability to Archeops, in that when its HP falls below half, a disadvantageous ability kicks in. So, in this Pokemon's case, it flees from battle when its HP gets below. It's called Tactical Retreat or something like that. But that ability actually works in its favor, because its signature move is a priority move. It's a really powerful Bug-type move, but it's priority, meaning it attacks first, but it only works on the first turn. So, if the Pokemon gets switched out, then you have another opportunity to use that move. I think the Pokemon that I have, the Wimpod Pokemon that I have, is like, the moveset I picked out is full of priority moves. So I think I had Sucker Punch, that Bug-type move, Aqua Jet, and then something else, and I think I'm planning to put the Choice Band on it. So, it's a priority Pokemon, and I think that's awesome. Actually, I don't think I'll put a Choice Band on it, because I think I had Swords Dance on it. But I think it only flees from battle the first time its HP falls below half, so really it's more advantageous than it is disadvantageous, given that you use its signature Bug-type move. What about your HM slave? Oh, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there are any HMs in Sun and Moon. I think riding Pokemon take care of all that kind of stuff. At least from what I've seen so far. You know, where you normally need Rock Smash, you just use a Tauros. Ride on a Tauros that you can summon. And it's pretty cool. Like, I'm wondering if I'll even get a bike, because I don't need it if I can just pull a Tauros out of my ass and ride across. And charging across the island on a Tauros is really fun. Just like running down the street with a on top of a charging Tauros. It's fun. Also, smashing rocks is fun too. Like, something on the overworld is actually fun to do in and of itself. That's pretty great. Well, That is a fantastic way of getting rid of HMs, though. Oh, also, I know in the game it's probably gonna, you're probably, for surfing, you're probably gonna ride on a Sharpedo because, there was a Sharpedo at the beginning of the episode 1 of the anime. Does anybody else think riding on a Sharpedo like that would be so much fun? Because it's Sharpedo, it's like a really fast Pokemon just blazing through the water. It's like a living jet ski. That's just gives me another reason to love Sharpedo more than I already do. Where are XtremeTuber and Corbin? UNX Blaster asks.
Still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, that is true. Sharpedo does have rough skin, but they do fit Sharpedo with they do fit the Pokemon with riding gear. Plus, in the anime, Satoshi totally, after he got done riding Sameheider, or whatever his name is, Sameheider, Sharpedo, he just casually pet him. Didn't seem to look like he was in much pain. A full or headshot of Shade. Whatever, do whatever is easier for you. Nope, not seeing Kill la Kill. Where did XtremeTuber go?
That's a good question.
Where did XtremeTuber go?
Oh, there he is.
I just haven't had much to say, really.
Yeah, like here. Same here.
I've just been watching some random 10,000 subscriber awesome YouTuber just draw Pokemon on the internet.
I should do a stream where I try to draw Pokemon from memory. I'd be really bad at Gen 6 Pokemon, because I haven't played that yet.
Zevin Sir 13 says he's answering questions while Extreme is slacking off.
Your ability is truant.
Slack off? Truant? Is that the ability Slack off has?
Yep.
Yeah,
Does that mean that it just kind of like lazes around in battle?
pretty much. I mean, it attacks, but then it skips a turn, and then it attacks again.
But the trade-off with that, it has legendary stats.
Goddamn Norman! Like, God, his fucking slacking.
I haven't battled him yet in my Emerald playthrough.
Oh, you're gonna love battling Norman.
He was a pain.
I will be prepared for
The
him. I
witness
just
is
gotta
gonna
make
be-
sure not to do any status on him.
Fighting types. Hit him with tons of fighting types.
I don't have any fighting types though. What Pokemon do I have?
Teach your
I have
teach your Pokemon some fighting moves then.
Grovyle, or no, Sceptile at this point. Sceptile, Manectric, Seviper, Flygon, or I will, but it's going to be a Vibrava, and Aggron. So, given that he doesn't have any fighting type moves, Aggron is going to be the one that I'm going to need to use, or Lairon at this point, because he's not an Aggron yet.
Okay.
Anybody know if Norman has any fighting type moves? That'd be awful for me.
I think he has like, I'm not sure if he has Drain Punch or.
Drain Punch.
Sure.
Oh, I'm talking about Emerald. Drain Punch is like
Oh.
post Gen 3, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. More gym leaders need to be like Norman. Real challenges. And they need to have like that kind of coverage that Facade has, because it protects against being statused. Shade's hair is too hard to draw. Hey, Kuda. Hey, thank you, Kuda.
Yay, a donation.
Norman has Focus Punch. Oh, that's fine, because Focus Punch...
Everyone's going after him now. Hey, leave Kudo alone. He just wanted to be nice and donate some money.
Hey, Glitchy, and everybody else, I guess. What did you, if you played Sun and Moon, what did you dress your trainer up as? What does your trainer look like in Sun and Moon? I said it before, I'll say it again. Even though I'm not done with the first island yet. I kept the hat, and I got a red polo. Kept the pants too. But it's ideally, don't tell me if there is one yet, because don't tell me if the clothes I'm looking for are there yet, because I want to be surprised. What I'm looking for is probably a sweatshirt or some kind of top that's more complex than a polo or a t-shirt, and pants, because, you know, I don't have anything against capris, but I'd rather not have my knees showing, and probably some new shoes. If I can find, like, some wacky, some, like, really stylized anime hair, then I'll go with that and get rid of the hat, but if not, then I'll keep the hat, unless I can find a better hat. Is there a fedora in Sun and Moon? Because that would be awesome. I'm pretty sure, Crosby, you can carry up from X to Sun, because that's been a feature in all the Pokemon games. I think it's called, like, migrate from X to Sun or something like that. You can't trade between generations, but you can transfer your Pokemon up. Even though you can't get them back, which sucks. The eye color they had, though, was perfect for me. The eye color, which is like listed as green, is the perfect eye color for me because it matches my eye color in real life perfectly. It's like greenish blue. And so I pretty much look exactly like my trainer. And I'm happy about that. I don't know why, I just like character customization. I like to be immersed in my games, so that probably has something to do with it. I'm sure if I could find the right clothes, then I'm sure I could. But I doubt there's any hair options for yellow and blue hair. Zevinster, I am happy to say that I am a real-life special snowflake, because green is a very rare eye color. Although I'd actually be a special snowflake if I had an eye color like pink. No, there wasn't a stream last weekend, Brandon Iffy. People with heterochromia look like they have superpowers or something. Because, like, with one eye, they have one power, and then with another eye, they have another power. Or it's that one eye represents their superpower, and then when they got that superpower, one of their eye colors changed. Like Judai and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Heterochromia is pretty cool. I totally dig heterochromia. I don't care what no haters say.
Nothing wrong with it.
What are you gonna do about those shoes, though, Glitchy? They don't go. You know what I'm saying? Oh no! Sorry, Zevenster, I didn't mean to switch the eyes around. I don't think you ever gave me reference to which eye... Actually, I think you did. Hold on. I have the commission information. Should have it still. Let's see if I did switch them around, and if you gave me direction as to which eye it was. Oh yeah, you did give me directions as to which eye it was. I'm sorry. It's like, I have a trait, that's a trait of dyslexia, but I don't think I actually have dyslexia. Or if I do, it's not that bad. But yeah, I sometimes to often do mix up left and right. Actually, Zevenster, hold on. From what I wrote down in my commission, the commission sheet that I used to make it, I got the eyes correct. That's the case, I probably, wrote the information down incorrectly and I switched the eyes on the sheet. Whoops. Rodon Dex is awesome. I love the type of companion characters that are just like really they're kind of like very passive companion characters that make smart-ass little comments. That's one of the reasons why I love Cortana from Halo. Will you get Mimikyu? I'm gonna get all the Pokemon.
Nope. Who dropped? Somebody dropped.
Yeah. So, did you hear anything of what I just said?
No.
No.
Well, that explains a few things. I was talking a lot, and it almost seemed like you were talking over me, so I figured, you know what? I don't think he's talking over me. I think they really can't hear me. It's a good thing I didn't assume that you were being an arsehole. Anyway, I wanted to comment on the Zevenster EVI thing. I think that it may have been a relative switch up because he, like many people, actually does mean the left eye, which relative to the viewer would be quote-unquote the right eye that they're looking at, but that is their left eye, so you may not have gotten them switched up. It's just that mentally you might have accidentally defaulted to left eye being left, as in the actual perspective that we see, as opposed to the right eye, which should be the left eye.
Crosby. In my bed cuddle commission, Ruby drew a fedora as an alarm clock. That's true.
A fedora?
What?
Oh my god. I'll have to pull it up, you guys.
You did what?
I gotta see this.
saw that,
Hold
but
on. I'll
I
pull
didn't
up
look at the
one of the commissions I
alarm
did.
clock.
Okay. This is the picture that Crosby sent me as reference. You see that thing on the shelf there? That's actually a fedora. That's a fedora.
I'll look at it when it comes up.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the commission I did, based on that image that he gave me to work with.
Brandon Iffy, I don't think that's a...
Oh my god, that is a fedora.
Ruby and Blue can't really answer that question exactly.
I drew it as...
at this.
I thought it was an alarm clock.
I don't see it as an alarm clock, though. I see it as a true fedora.
Yeah.
Oh,
same
there.
You can put the alarm clock on your head and pretend it's a fedora.
Oh, I see. I see what you're referencing now. Okay. Yeah, I thought in Crosby's original image that is clearly a fedora, but in yours it is an alarm clock.
Well, what do you usually put on your nightstand next to the bed? An alarm clock.
I don't have a bed, but if I had a night,
Get one. What are you,
Jesus Christ!
goddamn hobo?
I would probably put my Nintendo 3DS on my nightstand and my mouse and my microphone.
I don't have a nightstand.
I don't remember this commission. How recent is this?
Oh, that's a new invention you could have. You could have something that doubles as a fedora and an alarm clock. It's an electronic...
A fedora alarm clock.
A fedora. I'm trying to make a clever wordplay here.
You can have an electric fedora.
So, in terms of drawing like characters vibrating, like, would you do onion skinning, but like show the onion skinning for that purpose, or would you actually
Vibrating?
Just you know, like if there's an earthquake and whatnot, and you have to vibrate the screen?
I would just... I would do that in post-production. Just move the camera around the canvas.
Okay. I thought she would be doing it manually as opposed to post-productioning it.
Well, if it's the character itself that's well, the character itself would have to be moving. Would have to be animated in an
X
earthquake.
live on a couch in his mom's basement?
I meant
Why
though,
specifically mom's basement? Why not father's basement?
If it were an earthquake scene, though, then I would do both. I would animate the character shaking about, and I would also move the camera on the canvas, because that makes sense.
Super shaky. All right, Glitchy. I am currently on the second floor in a room that is big enough to be an entire apartment room. 120 square feet thereabouts.
If you live in if your mother owns a house, an entire building that is multiple apartments, and then you rent out the one in the basement, and you're paying for it, so you're essentially living in your mom's basement, but you're also paying rent for it, and it also is an apartment all of its own. So is that still pathetic?
No, it's not. That's why I'm going to use that if I ever am asked. Once I actually get popular enough to be like you, if anybody asks me where I live, I'm going to say that I'm renting an apartment with my parents. Actually, no, I'm just going to say that I'm renting an apartment. Because I would. Because this place that I'm living in is big enough to be its own apartment. I don't even need to bring my parents into this.
Charity.
Don't worry. Once you get enough to make $500 a month, you'll start paying them rent whether they want it or not. Like, no, Mom, you've got to accept this money.
Yeah, but Glitchy Glitchy, you wouldn't have to do anything your mom tells you though, because the dishes and the trash are not part of your house.
Well, technically they are. In terms of an apartment lease, you would have to be responsible for doing your own dishes and whatnot. If you have the shared dishwasher, shared refrigerator, that sort of thing. It just depends on the lease of your apartment.
Depends on if you're paying for a room, not an entire apartment.
If it would be worse, to be honest, if you were paying just for the room and you still use the dishwasher or the dishes and whatnot. But at the same time, it's like it's an interesting thing. Concept of living in the house that's paying rent, but like being chores that would be chores but aren't actually chores, just part of everyday living. If you're asked to do the dishes, you could possibly say, "I'll do the dishes if you reduce my rent," that sort of thing. That'd be kind of a shitty thing to say to your own parents, don't you think?
It's only a chore if you're being forced to do it by somebody who has authority over you.
No, it can still be a chore. Society has power over you when you do things. That's not chores. If I have income, why not get a bed? Crosby, I don't want a bed. It takes up too much room, and I can't have the green screen in my room if I have a bed.
What kind of videos are you shooting?
So I want to know.
My spaceship is going to be the background of my backdrop. Yeah, I'm gonna be like sitting in a captain's chair on the bridge of a ship, and the ship background will be my background. Glitchy, you already would have had them living, having a roof over their head over their course of their life, so it wouldn't be that much of a change for them.
I mean,
Also,
if you work for your parents and you still live with them, I mean, that just works out fine.
$500 a month is half of $12,000 a year, so that should be about $6,000 a year, not factoring in taxes. If you make over $5,000 a year, then you have to file tax returns and whatnot. Luckily, I don't make that. But I make enough to be able to, afford reviews and...
Thank you, Brandon Iffy.
Dear
Oh my
God,
God.
Brandon. Dear
Holy.
God, Brandon
Whoa!
Iffy.
Whoa,
Why
whoa,
aren't you
whoa, whoa,
fucking
whoa.
patron?
$100 a
Jesus
month?
Christ.
Why aren't you a patron? You can come on stream if you do $100 a month. I mean, the minimum is $45 a month to come on stream.
Yeah. It's almost like Brandon is the pre-me, the post-me, because, I did this shit before I was a patron.
Maybe he's secretly XtremetuberVII. Thank you, Brandon Iffy. I really appreciate your generosity.
I appreciate your generosity more than Ruby of Blue, because it means that I don't have to give him as much. The less I have to give, not that I mind it, but the less that I have to singularly, quote unquote, support the channel, I do it for different reasons. But the less that I have to do that, the more it is, because it's like, in a way, if only one person is really supporting you, then that's not really success. I'd say that's more like almost the equivalent of having a boss, quote unquote. And the more people that are able to support him at the level that I do, the better I think it is overall for his personal sense of worth. I mean, I'm projecting a little bit here.
It's almost like
anyway.
I'm a political candidate, and you keep giving me donations, so I have to listen to you.
Except that's not how the patronship works. That's not what the reward says. The rewards don't actually have any indication as to what we...
Well, yeah, I can't do it out in the open. It's like against the law and crap. You gotta be smart with your political bribes.
Oh, speaking of political bribes, Glitchy's gonna love this. So, according to the Bush ethics lawyer, during the day that Donald Trump is sworn into office, he may be violating the Constitution with all of his business interests.
Really?
That's violating the Constitution as a president is really nothing new. So it's not gonna do anything.
No, but in this way it is. In the way that he's doing it, it would be brand new, because like it would go back to all the way back to the 1700s, the late 1700s, of course, because you know we weren't like doing stuff in the early 1700s. But for one thing, the whole $1 salary thing is something that is fundamentally against what the role of the President of the United States is for as a public servant, quote unquote, because it makes you reliant on the people. So if you don't do a good job, then you're not really worth that much. So if your interests are for the people, because they are indirectly and most of the time directly paying you via taxpayer salary and whatnot, it makes for a different state of affairs. Now, there's been interesting news been floating around with all these diplomats. No, he hasn't been the first president to refuse the salary, but they still took a salary that just wasn't as much as what the original was and whatnot. Like Washington took $25,000, which I don't know how much that was in 1700s money, but anyway. There's been reports that foreign diplomats are staying at his hotels to gain favors.
That's, once again, really nothing new. I mean, this is like nothing of a constitutional violation, considering Obama has stepped all over the Fourth Amendment countless times.
It goes back to the annulment? I don't remember. That word is weird. Clause, which talks about royalty and stuff like that. It's just interesting. I mean, if it is true that in some times that there are precedents that skirt around the Constitution quite a lot, but this would be the worst violation of all of those principles at once.
Really? Even worse than the constitutional amendment that forbids cruel and unusual punishment?
Yes, actually.
How?
I don't know right now, but that's the thing. It all depends on what he does on his first day. It all depends on that. He says there's a 100-day plan, but we gotta see the first day first. Which is January 27th or 17th? I don't know which one. Do you know which one it is? I forgot.
Trump presidency is either going to be like getting shot in the balls or getting poisoned over 4 years.
Also, if to be honest, I have this interesting perspective on this. If one of the Bushes, the ones that are notorious for having a lot of family affairs in regards to the presidency, like Jebediah Bush and all that, are talking about things that Donald Trump is doing that are unconstitutional, that's personally interesting to me. The Bushes of all people. The ones that absolutely loved foreign oil until we became non-foreign oil dependent.
Thank you, Zevinster.
Oh my gosh! Zevinster! Yes!
Thank you.
Anyway, Brandon, you don't have to give anything to have a minor role in his anime. If you fit a role and you have a good microphone and a good voice, there's a chance that later down the line you'll be able to get a role.
Yay!
There isn't a There isn't a Patreon reward that includes getting to voice act in the anime. All you have to do is just send an audition, and if you have a palatable voice and you know how to act, then yeah, naturally, future roles could be open for you.
I will say from experience that I have done so in the past.
I didn't answer your question though. $45 plus $30 to make it $75, so it's a little bit under your $100 a month actually. Though I did donate a bit. But yeah, I haven't donated that much in quite a while. You're reminding me of when I made Ruby Blue almost cry on stream.
Seeing Trump go after Jeb Bush was awesome. Who takes a larger chunk from you? Wait, takes a larger chunk from me? What do you mean? Shouldn't it be who do I take a larger chunk from?
He means basically the percentage in terms of their collection fee. Like versus 3%, 5%, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, so...
Also, I don't think you're allowed to say that too much.
No, I can. YouTube partners, YouTube takes 40% of your earnings, and Patreon, like, takes, I don't know, less than $2.
What the heck happened? Did everything freeze? Are you guys still there? Am I
Yeah,
dead?
I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Okay, it's weird. The stream froze and your voice stopped at the same time.
Huh. Interesting.
That was weird, computer. Don't do that.
I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't take any of the donations, though.
I don't think they do. I'm not sure, but it could be that they take like 1% or something as a processing fee.
Well, that'd be Google. That'd be like Google AdSense. Not AdSense, but Google Merchant Services, because that's what I use. That's what YouTube uses for the donation system.
I think Zevinster wants to audition Ruby Blue. What would you say if a person auditioned with a laptop? Like, would that be okay?
That would totally not be okay.
You gotta have like a proper microphone or a headset.
Need a microphone that doesn't have echo, background noise, and has non-bad quality.
Also, speaking of background noise, you can clean up a bit of background noise in Audacity. It's possible.
Yeah, but if I have to do that, then I don't want to have to do that, though.
Well, you wouldn't be doing it. The person that would be sending the recording would.
Well, yeah, post-production is a thing, but if you have to go to huge lengths to make it sound not bad, then you should probably get a new mic to begin with.
Oh, I mean, I guess, but it's only like 2 clicks, man.
Well, not if the audio begins really bad, anyway.
Yeah, that is the point, the laptop mic thing, but in terms of background noise is easy to get rid of.
Yeah, could be. Although no amount of post-production could change the quality of your microphone.
Zevinster 13, depending on the laptop, it could be a good microphone. There are some laptops that have really good microphones. I'm not sure which ones do, but it just depends on the microphone. Like, you'd have to do a test recording anyway, and you'd know if it was bad based on the test recording. Like, in terms of bit rate, we're talking the difference between 128 kilobit and 64 kilobit, 96 kilobit, that sort of thing, if you even know what I'm talking about there.
Brendan, if you should probably refresh the stream, then you'll be able to catch up. Refresh the page, I mean. But if you, on the timeline, on the Seeker, you can scroll to all the way to the right, and it'll take you to the current time.
Here's what I need you to do, Zevenster. What I want you to do is, like Crosby said, go into a closet, put a bunch of clothes to the sides of your laptop, and it doesn't it doesn't matter if you have that much of a door or not, but just put clothes to the side of your microphone or laptop and behind it if you don't have a door, and record that way. It's just to reduce the amount of overall noise, and it should be pretty okay. I mean, I've heard Zevenster's microphone. It's not that bad.
Well, my criteria is no echo, no immediately noticeable background noise, and the quality has to sound close to, well, just use your best judgment on what sounds not bad when it comes to quality. I don't know how to put it.
I do. I can tell you. So, if your microphone sounds like you're on a highway when you're talking, don't use that microphone. But Zevenster, I know that your microphone does not sound like you're on a highway. It's just a little... there is a slight hint of static, but that's about it. And that can easily be cleaned up by me and you, easily. I think your microphone might be on the precipice, but I wouldn't recommend trying that one specifically. You probably find better luck. Same way, you could probably find a good $10 microphone that is better than a $50 microphone.
Echo isn't allowed to audition.
Well, I mean, what? Oh, Crosby! Silly. Stop being silly. Yeah. I don't know. I think Brandon, if his internet connection is really lagging his stream. And if anybody wants this exact microphone that I have, it is $109 US.
Oh, damn.
The dog is howling again. Sigh. Just every now and then I hear. Lycanroc howls when it goes into battle, I think. I'm not sure, though. I haven't fought one in a while. I remember when I was using a Logitech mic. Don't you remember that, Ruby of Blue?
No.
It was my headset.
You have always sounded good to me.
Well, I listen to my older videos, and they sound horrible to me. I have unusually high standards for audio quality compared to you. Unusually high. I might be a borderline audiophile. I might be a borderline audiophile. Next, I'm going to try the Sennheiser headset.
And I will get an XLR microphone soon, but I need to have the desktop set up for that.
Damn it, why do you gotta yawn now? I'm gonna start yawning. Damn it! Damn it, Xtremetuber!
That's too quickly. That's not. Corbin, you're tired, Corbin.
I'm not
Oh,
tired,
what
I'm
do
just
you
hungry.
say? No. Ruby, he was talking to me.
I know. Doesn't mean he can't talk. Jeez. The fuck was that? Are you a dog now? Are you a Lucario?
I wish I had a Lucario as a pet. That'd be
Where's
awesome.
Assassin Jackal? I haven't seen Assassin Jackal comment in a while.
How many frames left in this clip? Well, almost done with Calvin, but still got an entire folder for
6 frames
Shade.
left. You have 6 frames left. In the Calvin side, I mean.
What? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Well, just looking at overall what you've been doing with the particular layout of what he's doing, I figure that since he's only moved just so much, and your typical frame rate is, like you said, 12 frames per second, about, sometimes 10, I'd say that based on how long you've been going, and in general, it seems like it'd be about 6 frames left, or specifically for Calvin, I mean.
Including this one, it's 2.
Though, I don't necessarily. I may have my calculation may have more or less been off because I'm still not quite used to in-betweening, and in terms of the final animation, the in-betweens themselves to me seem like they're basically the final animation but with a few frames missing, and that's why they're called in-betweens, because they are in between the original frames to add more smoothness. Wait, did you already complete keyframing of this animation?
Yeah, we did it on the last animation stream.
Okay, yeah, so keyframing, in-betweening together, when you put keyframes with in-betweens, it creates the almost final product, but then there's just a little bit more on top of that. You know, I'm starting to get flashbacks to my Flash animation class. I made a ball bounce by a motion tweening, but I also hand drew it too.
Well, guys, I hate to say this, but I have to get ready for
Is it work time? Yep.
Yeah, sadly. I always seem to be working on Sundays. And it's always a 2 to 10 too. I don't get much of a break. No, that's actually not true. I had a fucking week's vacation. But yeah, I should go and get ready.
Alright.
Worky works. Earn myself that paycheck to keep a roof over my head and food on my table and money to donate.
Food is nice.
Food is good, yes.
Can you donate food to me? Let me have some.
Are you okay with?
Let me have some of that Canada food.
I was gonna say, are you okay with non-perishable foods?
Yeah, that'll be handy for when the nuclear war with Russia comes.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. You guys have Campbell's soup down there, don't you?
Cannibal soup?
Campbell's.
No,
Oh
I thought you
God.
said cannibal soup too. I swear you
No,
said cannibal soup.
Campbell's.
Corbin,
Campbell's.
go back a few seconds in this video and you will hear yourself say cannibal soup. I swear.
No. I asked if you guys have had Campbell's soup.
Well,
We
yeah,
do.
that's like the
Okay, never
number
mind
one
then.
soup brand.
Ooh, uh-oh, 5-star jellyfish. Whoa! Oh my god, 5-star!
Okay. Whoa.
Oh my god.
Hey.
I was not expecting that. I was like reading, okay, this is interesting. Oh, I see. Well, I tell you.
Well then.
Alright, well, we bid you adieu, Corbin.
Good luck. And see you next stream on next Sunday if Ruby and Blue is able to. I mean, we only go on animation streams. Anyway, Brandon, I'm surprised you haven't been on the stream yet. Maybe you don't have a microphone, so maybe that's why.
What is my battle strategy? My battle strategy is purely a result of the Pokemon that I like. So, if the Pokemon I like happens to be a wall, then I'll build a wall strategy. I'll build a wall! Fucking Mexicans. But, since I usually have a disposition towards fast sweepers, that is usually my strategy. An all-out, I think it's called hyper-offensive. Like, I swear, Swords Dance is like one of my most used moves.
Speaking of Swords Dance, there's a really awesome looking Pokemon that uses Swords Dance. I found one Pokemon of Sun and Moon that I really like, and it looks awesome. And it uses Swords Dance. You know, Swords Dance is commonly associated with bug types, and Scyther specifically. But anyway, that brings me back to an earlier point that I was making, in terms of how Litten's evolution is pretty much a firefighting type, but in Generation 1, Scyther was, for all intents and purposes, a normal type, despite the fact that it had a bug typing, because it had no moves that would give it a same type attack bonus.
Gen 1.
Even in Gen 2, it only had like one move, Fury Cutter, and that was like 20 power, but it increased every time you used it, but it was still just 20 power.
Increases every time you use it, but it has a fucking 95% accuracy.
Yep. Though, I guess with same type attack bonus, that 20 power does get increased a little bit, so it's slightly worth it, but still not worth it enough. It wasn't until Scyther really gained the move X Scissor that it became a proper bug.
X Scissor, yeah. I put that move all the time on even non-bug types.
Or, as it's properly known in Japanese, fucking awesomely called Scissor Cross. Like, X Scissor is okay, but Scissor Cross, man? It's like, how do you even... I mean, Scissors make an X sometimes, but Scissor Cross. It's like Heracross and Scissor. Scissor Cross. So, Scissor is Hassam.
I actually use, Brendan Iffy, I actually use Hone Claws on my future planned Flygon. I think it's... I've heard Sun Moon, Flygon finally has access to Dragon Dance, but if given the choice, I would probably try out Hone Claws. I haven't tried it yet, but Hone Claws raises attack once and accuracy once. And the thing is, Flygon can learn Dragon Rush, which has a 70% accuracy, but it has like a 30% chance of flinching the opponent, and it's 100 power. So, with Hone Claws, it gets an increased attack, and it also goes up to 99% accuracy. With Hone Claws, you could also add Iron Tail, which is like 100 power steel move, but it has 70% accuracy, but with Hone Claws, it has 99% accuracy. And with that, Iron Tail becomes a really great coverage for Flygon against Fairy types. And Ice types.
Steel super effective on ice. Also, I think I figured out why Steel is super effective to ice. Because ice picks are made of steel usually. Well, metal,
Yeah.
iron, and
And
stuff.
if you take a giant fucking drill to ice, it won't fare well. Steel is basically the thing that cuts through natural things.
Does that mean that steel is strong against bug?
Steel is normally effective against bug, but bug doesn't do anything against steel. But then again, what are you using steel against bugs for? You don't take a sword to a bug.
That is true. Though you do have a sword bug, so it's no wonder Scyther became a steel type. Bug steel, but it still has a 4 weakness to fire. Also, if Scizor is bug steel, that means that it has now gained the ability to combat fairy types, but it didn't even need to in the first place.
What ice type has a high speed? Like Dugong?
Glaceon?
Yeah.
I think? I'm not sure. I don't know if the non-special Snowflake has a high speed.
Will it be enough against my jolly speed EV trained Flygon? That is the question.
Depends on if you're doing the battle subway or not. Fuck the battle subway. Speeding shit. Rawr. Ruby.
Good way to beat the battle subway is just to avoid and not rely on anything RNG dependent. Because then the computer has no recourse against you if everything you use is not RNG dependent.
Also, Toxic's a good strategy nowadays. It's really good. Except in situations where there's steel involved, of course.
Unless you have Salazzle, but then again, Salazzle is so frail it doesn't have time to set up a Toxic on a steel type. What priority ice type moves are there then, Glitchy?
Ice Beam is not priority, but there's a beam that's like Ice Beam that... Wow, there's a move that's like Ice Beam that's priority.
What is it?
I think Hail is slight priority. I think that might be the only one, though.
That won't fate my Flygon, though.
That's because your Flygon has... Actually, it should, because the ground and dragon, because dragon ground. So ice would be 4 times, wouldn't it?
Ice Shard. Who's running Ice Shard?
That was it. Ice Shard's the priority one. Thank you, Glitchy. I think Glitchy said it. I'm guessing Glitchy said it. Because there's a bunch of plebs in the chat. No offense, plebs.
That's only 40 base power. Is that really... Even if it is 4 times effective against Flygon, is that going to be enough?
Well, if you have enough speed, you can not only use that priority, but you can attack twice in a row, so yes.
No, you can't.
You can, if you have enough speed to outspeed the Flygon with
No.
that prioritiness.
Glitchy's scenario talked about sending out a Ice-type Pokemon in the time that I set up Home Claws.
I wasn't looking at the chat, that's why. But if you had time to set up Home Claws, then no, the Ice Shard thing would work, unless you had, like, a ridiculously hacked speed that was, like, 32.
Yeah, I know Flygon isn't very good defensively. That's why I focus on setting up Home Claws and then trying to sweep. But, like I said, I haven't tested it yet, so if my jolly-natured speed EV'd Flygon isn't fast enough to properly be a sweeper, then I can go with Dragon Dance instead of Home Claws, but I'll have to alter the moveset to not be so inaccurate.
Did you say Shade's gonna have a lot of frames?
Yep.
I have a meme that I would like the chat to help me with. It involves shade, shredder, and improper grammar. I will link it to you and stuff.
Well, if you're switching into an ice type, for... Hold on. Let me check what ground is. Ground is normally effective against, ice... Oh, wait, no. Wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure ground is normally effective against ice. Yeah, Flygon does get wrecked against an ice type. So in that case, since there is a priority ice move, using Flygon against an ice type, even if it does have Iron Tail, is a dumb idea anyway. Then again, if I'd already set up Hone Claws, and I'm using any one of my moves, one is super effective against Ice, and the other two, Earthquake and Iron Tail, Earthquake and Dragon Rush, are normally effective against Ice, then, and considering Ice types are pretty frail, then, even if they're switching into an Ice type, and I have Hone Claws set up already, I'd get them pretty low, or even one-hit KO them. But that's just my setup. If I were going with Flygon's new ability to use Dragon Dance in Sun and Moon, then I probably could. Flygon probably could go up against Ice types. But I just want to see if I can get some mileage out of inaccurate moves like Iron Tail and Dragon Rush by using Hone Claws. What is your guys's, for those of you who have some competitive knowledge, what are you guys' policies on using both physical and special attacks on one Pokemon? Because I usually go for one or the other, and I try to maximize potential in one. Don't know if that's the most effective thing to do. It's probably not. But in my mind, it's more logically sound to get the most use out of one thing rather than splitting up my effectiveness. But then again, I could also see why you'd use a mixture of both, because some Pokemon are special defenders, some are physical defenders, so if you have one move that's different from what they're good at defending against, then you can have a better time. But sometimes sticking to that policy of mine is hard, because sometimes Pokemon have really good moves in both physical and special, and you have to make a choice. Like Samurott, for example. Samurott is hard for me. So much so that for my primary and secondary Black and White and Black and White 2 teams, I guess, I picked Samurott both times, but they're different attackers. One's a special attacker, one's a physical attacker. Samurott is an interesting Pokemon in that it has a higher special attack, but its move pool is geared towards physical attack. But then again, there's also awesome special moves like Scald. I forget what other special. Oh yeah, Ice Beam too. Ice Beam is always good to have because it counters Samurott's grass weakness and also gives us coverage against dragons. Actually, the same thing happens with Sceptile. Sceptile can be either physical or special. So, actually have it with me right now. In my Emerald playthrough I'm doing right now, I'm planning on transferring it up to X and Y, so this will be its final moveset once I'm done with this Sceptile. It's gonna be a special attacker with Dragon Pulse, Giga Drain, Energy Ball, and Focus Blast. I don't know if Giga Drain and Energy Ball are redundant to each other, and Focus Blast isn't the best, but I needed some kind of coverage against Ice types and Steel types, so it's subject to change, but whatever. If I were going... Sceptile's a huge physical move pool, so you could have X-Scissor, Leaf Blade, which is also awesome. Alright, see ya, Brandon Iffy. Thank you for the donation. It really does. That Pokemon with the stats that have attack and special attack, not far off from each other, I think are really interesting because that just naturally lends away, provided it has a wide range of moves in its pool. That Pokemon can be played in like a huge variety of ways, and I like that. Hello, Jackie Jones. Are you asking me how I improved my animation, puppy guy? Or somebody else? Uh-oh, XtremeTuber is being silenced by Skype. Hello, Leon. What's everybody? Alright, let's finally take a look at this animation. Adam! You deceived us. You have the power of invisibility. There you are, mister.
Yeah, if Skype is cooperating. Do you think it's cooperating?
Yep.
Okay. I haven't been saying much, even though, but, you know, if I wanted to say something, Skype apparently decided that, you know, no, you don't need to talk, it's okay. When did you first play Soul Calibur, Ruby of Blue?
Back when I was in sometime after 3rd grade.
And did you play it on an arcade machine or a home console?
Played it on GameCube.
Ah, that means you got Spawn, if I'm not correct. No, that was Xbox. You got Link, right?
Yep.
Also, we should have taken Soul Calibur as a warning for what the video games industry would do with console exclusives later down the line. Now, it was okay in Soul Calibur-ish. It was okay-ish in Soul Calibur. But, in terms of how the rest of the video games industry received it, they basically gave no justification later down the line as to why they were things like clothing that was exclusive to one. Hell, even clothing that was exclusive to a store that you bought it at, like a Best Buy version of a game or a GameStop version of a game. That was taking it into the ridiculous territory. So, are any of you interested in Mass Effect Andromeda? This includes you too, Ruby Blue.
No. Don't know what that is.
It's not my microphone that's malfunctioning, Crosby. It's not my microphone, I promise. It's the Skype call, because it's done this before. Leon Takaru's the only one that answered the question, besides you.
There's some things I need to fix in the animation.
Also, if you look closely at the thing that Glitchy drew, Torpedo is actually from an actual frame of the Manifest Heart animation. Ah, shading a little bit differently than there with the thing imaging. Wait, do you have to in between shadows too? Like, I mean, in the sense of like shadow markup and whatnot?
Yeah.
Or did you change that process?
I have to do that.
Does that mean you also have to keyframe shadow markup?
Yeah, I just draw that with on top of the keyframes, like on the same layer as the keyframes.
Oh dear, it looks like you're going to have to go back and do a lot more than it seemed like you initially would have to do. It's specifically with this Calvin one, I mean. Not necessarily overall. I don't think I've ever seen this happen before, where you had to go back and do that sort of thing.
No, I've had to do it many times before.
You sure?
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm. So my Discord just said getting dunked for its startup message. Do you have a rough estimate as to about how much of the animation you're actually going to be streaming to us, like, the process? Like, not factoring in the fact that we have had periods where you showed some black screens for spoiler-related reasons and whatnot.
What do you mean?
Like, in terms of the animation, like, when we saw things, like, we saw pretty much at least, I think, roughly 50% of the animation being created.
Only,
heavy.
I don't know, 30% maybe?
Because we have to account for the fact that you're not just only drawing when it's streamed. Like, you're drawing, like, 5 days a week, if not more. God, my Discord's just exploding with messages. Who the fuck is messaging so much?
Alright, here's the animation. Just some walks. The eye has been incorrectly shaded on some frames, but easy for me. I don't really need to fix that because when I'm coloring this, I'll know what the colors of the eyes need to be anyway, so it doesn't really matter if the eyes are flickering different colors between the frames here.
People, don't forget, he's leaning on a fence. Don't forget that. And Hunter was likely on shade beforehand, so...
Nope, Hunter just spawned out of a black hole. A wormhole. Because that is his power. That is his Z move.
Also, do you find it hilarious that the Z move for Pikachu is literally one where you throw the Pikachu?
I didn't know that. In the anime, Pikachu punches a ball of electricity at the opponent. A ball of lightning.
Yeah. It was revealed in one of the trailers on the Pokemon official channel. They do a hula dance. You pick your Pikachu up. You throw it in the air.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
Now I got the other half of this to do.
Oh yeah, I see what you did. If you hadn't gone back and recolored that shadow, it would have looked really weird there on the top part of his chest area where the shadow is.
This is what the scene is supposed to look like with the background and everything. I suppose I should also, forgot to do it, but, since the characters in the background are also part of cleanup, I should do that, too. I'll do that right now. Now you get to watch me line some pokes.
Is that a hoot hoot? Is that Ash's Noctowl?
Maybe.
I mean Satoshi's Noctowl.
You can't say Satoshi's Noctowl because you can't use the Japanese name for one and then the English name for the other. That's like saying Satoshi Greninja or Ash Gekkoga.
It's like mixing the languages. Caterpie's still literally Caterpie, though. Caterpie.
And Butterfree.
I'm a bit disappointed in Litton's evolution line though, because they didn't do anything with the sun and moon thing. They didn't make like dual Litton types for sun and moon.
I'm
or
more
any
bothered.
Of them actually.
I'm just more bothered by the fact that Primarina doesn't have a male form.
Maybe that's what they could have done. You know, make the male form sun, or rather moon, since the moon is more feminine. And make the male form sun exclusive. Like, there's so many different aspects of these games that just feel unused. And now we know the secret that Rockruff shares with the starters, and that's they're all related to elements of alchemy.
Alchemy.
Yep. Look at the alchemic symbols for Earth, metal, which would be the Poplio. I guess I don't remember the exact one. I think Litton might be Mercury. Yeah, Litton is Mercury. Sigaleo is the sun being eaten by the lion thing, which represents the fusion of metals, such as the hydrogen becoming carbon eventually, that sort of thing. Alchemy and astronomy go pretty much hand in hand. And Rockruff is just... I don't remember what Rockruff is, but it's basically when you move it and position it a certain way, it looks like one of the alchemic symbols. Adam has said it. Lead. Rockruff is lead. That's what it was. That's it.
Does Rockruff's...
That's all the secret is.
Does Rockruff's Japanese name have anything to do with lead?
Iwanko? No. But that's it. There was no big gameplay-related feature. It was literally just an alchemy-based Easter egg. Thanks, Game Freak.
Though that does mean you could name your Segaleo Edward. As I told you, it is an alchemic lion that has the ability Full Metal Body. I mean, obviously Ed's not fully metal, but, you know, he is the Full Metal Alchemist. Where's the ability called Metal Body? I don't remember. Anyway,
I'd probably name him Elric.
That probably work, because that way you could do both Alphonse and Edward at the same time.
So I'd have a Pokemon named Jaeger, and I'd have a Pokemon named Elric.
I don't know who Loxton is. They sound like a Pokemon YouTuber, though, based on what you're suggesting. It doesn't make me sad, E1. Loxton is a game theorist? I've never heard of them. Like, I know you probably don't mean, like, as in, like, actually associated with a channel called Game Theory, but I've never heard of them elsewise, either way. Now, the only way we'll know if that's Satoshi's Pokemon is if it's a shiny one. Which we'll only know when the coloring comes around.
Oh, that was his video! Yeah, that was a 45-minute video. He had the major point of the tagline, "It all comes together." And it probably does, because of how much of Sun and Moon really leads back and makes references to the older games that I'm not going to say what, because those are spoilers.
I'm hungry.
I'm still here, so you can get something to eat.
I feel like a meal,
Just
though,
hope
not
that
a
my
snack.
just hope that my microphone doesn't do the thing to where it, you know, cuts me off again. Well, not microphone, Skype, that is.
The chat will be able to tell you if there's a long period of silence. Just let them know and, like, type it in the chat if that happens.
Alrighty.
I'm not gonna go yet. If at all. I love Noctowl. I love owls in general. That's why I chose this UI. But Noctowl is probably going to be part of my secondary team when I get around to buying our Gold and Soul Silver on my 3DS.
If you do happen to catch a shiny Noctowl, though, are you gonna name it something related to the anime?
No. Just gonna use my usual naming conventions.
What are your usual naming conventions? And are they different than when you were 15 years old?
Probably not. But I usually name my Pokemon after gods or famous figures in history, or just general names that sound cool, majestic, or legendary. And they have to be meaningful as well. I don't know how many frames Shade has compared to Calvin. Shade has slightly more frames than Calvin. Fact.
Greetings, Sherry.
Okay. What should I do? What should I do? Start working on Shade or go get something to eat? I don't know. Oh, I know what we should do. Let's look at fan art.
Fan art is A-OK by me. So, you know how you have beef jerky and stuff? Well, I'm eating pork jerky for the first time. I've ruined the Guess That food, but yes, I'm eating pork jerky and it's interesting. The other jerky that I really like is ostrich jerky. It's interesting. But I don't have any ostrich jerky with me right now.
No, oh Sherry, you weren't forgotten.
What if Pre-Marina was a fire type? Oh, that's an interesting video I'm gonna have to watch after the stream is done. By Mystic Umbreon. The Silver League guy actually commented on my video, my latest episode a while back. He's a Poke YouTuber. That's awesome. Silver League Networks, that's a guy who commented on my video a while back. Okay.
You also had a 70,000 subscriber verified YouTuber on your channel too.
Yeah, one of my gaming streams. I think I was playing Resident Evil. Alright. This is from the last stream by Craving Crows. Okay. Here we have Calvin, and it looks... this is from E1, I think? If that's your signature is.
Yeah, that's E1's.
He is so Yu-Gi-Oh looking.
He's also very angry looking right there.
Well, that's Calvin. It's to be expected.
I mean, after losing the league, wouldn't you be angry like he did? Especially since it was because he had to face a fucking possessed Rayquaza.
Also, he's got a severe case of Yaoi-chin. Artemis would be proud.
Maybe. Maybe. So how come Sun and Moon didn't release worldwide the same day like X and Y did? Or Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire? What's up, Game Freak? Hmm? Why are you screwing over the rest of the world?
Maybe some last-minute changes that had to be made to the PAL versions. Alright, well thank you, E1. Alright, next, this is actually sent in for last week, but I didn't stream last week. Actually, it wasn't sent in for last week, it was sent in for the week before that, when it was Halloween, I think. Close to Halloween. And I think we got into a conversation about how Mighty Anna should have a werewolf evolution. And so, somebody made a shade werewolf picture. Very beautiful. Seriously, Mighty Anna should have an evolution, and it should be a werewolf. A big, buff, and fluffy werewolf. A Bara werewolf.
No!
Yes! It should be like a wolf version of Incineroar.
Evolution. Rar.
Rar. People always draw Shade's bracers around his legs with spikes. They don't actually have spikes, just metal beads.
Studs.
Studs, yeah, studs. Only Shade's collar is spiked. Shade's not so hardcore that he'd inconvenience himself by wearing spiked bracers. I mean, that's just inconvenient. He's gonna poke somebody's eyes out with those.
Well, that's okay if it pokes somebody's eyes out, especially if he's, you know, batting at them with a paw.
So, it looks like the signature says Melissa. Melissa Armchair.
I can't really read it. No, no, don't do this to me, Core. Don't do this to me. I already had to start a war with somebody over death battle, Screw Attack's death battle over Greymon and Charizard.
All right, next we have another Shade Werewolf picture. Looks like just looking at it it's from Craving Crows, but I'm not sure. Work in progress, looks like.
Ruby Blue, you have new fan art. It has just arrived.
Understood.
Lucky the Zigzagoon Riolu has sent it. Zigzagolu.
My hunger intensifies.
E1X Blaster says that it looks like the Lycanroc Night form. That's because Lycanroc Night form is a werewolf, E1X Blaster.
Ow, ow! Rockruff's cry.
It's just a bark, though!
Bork, bork!
Also, Poplio barks, because he's a seal.
Oh my god, I love Poplio's entrance whenever he's called out into battle. It's so cute. He does a little stand on his tail. Poplio could have turned out so much differently in a way that would really appeal to me. Like, he could have had a mustache, for fuck's sake.
Roger, thank you for following me on Twitter. I only just now realized that you were a Ruby of Blue Empire person. Where did Cyborg Greninja go? Oh, Cyborg Greninja hasn't been on your stream for a while. That makes me sad.
Alright, and one more. Okay. This is a finished version of Autism Gamers. I think it was Autism Gamers. Work in progress from before. Just a cute little crayon drawing. Or is that colored pencil? I can't tell.
I can
it's
tell
colored
if you
pencil.
let me see it, which I'll see with the delay.
It's Shredder and Shade dancing. You see the little musical notes there?
That is... Let me just zoom in really quick. That is Crayon. If you look at the texture of the blue sky, you can tell that it is Crayon. Colored pencil, when it drags across this paper like that, has a bit. It's easier to see when you've got it like really close to you. But yeah, it's Crayon. It's okay. You don't have to know that. You don't have to be an art nerd. I mean, you are an art nerd, I guess, aren't you? But still. It's cute! I still love the fact that Shredder is anti-pants.
He is anti-pants. I would go so far to say that Shredder goes out and protests pants. Alright.
So that could get awkward.
Thank you, everybody.
In some cases.
I'm really hungry. So I don't know if I should eat just some ramen or a full meal. I don't know, everybody. What should I do?
Why don't you ask the stream to vote?
Vote on my food?
Yeah.
No. It is my decision alone. I don't know what it is. We'll look at the rest of the fan art later. We still have a lot to go through. We'll look at the rest of it at the end of the stream. Preferably when we finish this clip. Alright, I think I'm just gonna get a bowl of ramen, which will take me like 4 minutes, so I'll be gone 4 minutes minimum. But XtremeTuber will stay here, so... Oh, and before I go...
Unless Skype does the thing.
Let me set up that little snazzy slideshow of all that fan art that we've been using for the past couple of streams.
But will that fan art... Do you have like a special folder that doesn't include the new fan art? Or is it like...
No, it's a slideshow where I add a bunch of... I just add pictures from whatever folder. Let me add the rest of the stuff from the last streams as well.
Ace Trainer Cal, but not Calvin. That would be you. You are the Cal, and he is the Vin. Now remember, guys, when I comment on a fan art, you're not going to be seeing the same thing that I'm commenting on because of the delay, of course.
Alright, everybody, I will be back in a minimum of 4 minutes, because I'm hungry, so don't go anywhere, and enjoy all this awesome fan art from everybody.
For fuck's sake, how many of these Discord rooms do I have to fucking mute? Maybe I could just block that person.
Bye, Dragony. Dratony, I mean, bye, E1X Blaster. You'll probably be gone by the time you hear this. Ah, good old Pyrocena. And that darn dog is howling again. Dusty as a Flygon would be pretty awesome. Well, Leon, I can't really help with that. Oh, look! It's one of the Gay Gecko Gay Doge memes. Oh man, that was great. Lots and lots of pyro. There's just so much fan art. Oh, look! Look! It's the non-colored version of the colored thing that you see there. I wonder if Laggy is going to show up in this fan art collection, I mean. Quality. Oh my god, dinosaur ears. Yes, yes. Dinosaur ears. I did not see that weird satire video you made.
Hello, sir. I've got a proposition for you. Ah, that picture. Yes, what a lovely picture that one was. And that one too.
Alright, everybody, I'm back. I got
Welcome back.
Got my ramen, so it's gonna be another few minutes while I eat it, because I need my sustenance if I'm gonna do some hard animation labor. I like how I'm drawn. Somebody drew me as a Grovile. Hey, Raptormon. Whenever we go on late, you can always be assured that Raptormon will show up because he lives in Upside Down Land.
Right. Also, your Grovile also apparently has red and blue colors. Or red and purple and blue. You missed a lot of Sun and Moon talk, which may be for the best. A lot of people get all saddened when we talk Sun and Moon stuff.
Why?
Because you know, Europe got screwed out of getting it on the same day that we did.
We'll show off your fan art later, Lucky. Just telling you right now, it's probably going to be the thumbnail for this video. Because it's good.
Is it super good?
It's nice. Ugh. Ramen. Fuck you for being so hot.
Ruby Blue, that sounded sexual in all the ways.
Good.
There you are! There's the red, blue, and purple Grovile that I told you about. So you saw it a bit earlier already. There's the Love is Blind thing again. So it must be on shuffle. Aw, poor Pyro. Wanting to impress Shredder. E1 X Blaster drew Sceptile Shredder, and Sceptile Shredder it just feels so odd with Sceptile Shredder. I mean, I like Sceptile, but I just feel Shredder just needs to be a Grovyle.
Glitchy, remember remember when you were Glitchy Bats instead of Glitchy Bat? The fuck happened there? Huh?
And he also had a Woobat icon until he purple thinged. Or rather, brought us up to speed on the purple thing. I mean, he was always the purple thing, after all.
Ow, my tongue!
You didn't eat it properly.
Calvin with brown hair, with his normal hair color. You guys should draw Calvin with his normal hair color. If you want to know what his hair normally looks like without gel, just go to episode 3, part 2, when his hair is down. And then just make it brown. I'm interested to see.
You know, if you don't add Piplup, Aquaflame can Photoshop Piplup into the animation at some point. That would be a true test of his skill.
Artemis! Hey, that catchphrase makes sense, because I always did picture you with an Irish accent.
Why is pirate accent Irish automatically to you, Ruby Blue?
Similar pattern of speaking.
Yeah, I'd say that Bell is pretty accurate, with minus the fact that the Bell has a tail there.
Bell has a tail.
That's pretty
it's Taco
scary.
who doesn't have a tail.
Oh, Taco. Okay, yeah. So that Bell was pretty accurate, and you commented about that, but it was scary how accurate. Because we've seen Bell now on camera, and you've taken pictures of Bell. Welcome back, Zevins13.
Oh my god, I love that Craving Crows piece with Decidueye.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, Ruby of Blue. Is that font Comic Sans? I think that font is Comic Sans. I don't know why people dislike Comic Sans, really. I use Comic Sans a lot. You know, in Comic Sans, the U and the N, when you put them next to each other, you can tell that they're the same letter upside down.
Alright, everybody, my ramen has been devoured, and I have been sufficiently filled up so I can continue.
Oh.
Are you asleep?
No.
You're snoring.
No. No. Also, if you can hear me, that means it's Skyped into the thing. Which is good. I haven't been looking at the chat though, so maybe that kind of gave an indication that I was asleep. Not that you could see me anyway. Anyway. I'm gonna turn the heater back on. It's getting a little cold in my room.
Oh god, that's loud.
What? The heater?
I can hear myself too.
I told you it would eventually happen, Ruby of Blue. But, yeah. Anyway, oh god, Glitchy, no, not the Apple Pen that's $100, which is twice the price of the Surface Pen. Also, the heater is literally across the, it's like 4 feet from the microphone. What the hell, microphone? Like, it has to go through this pillow, over the laptop, through that whatever the hell, and to there to be picked up. Why is it doing this to me? Bad microphone. Bad.
Corbin went to work, Artemis. He has to make money. He actually has a day job.
Noodle, but no, when you add a second noodle, that is too much. Is that it, Artemis?
Extreme, why are you so quiet? I can barely hear you.
Well, I don't know. Is this better?
Yeah.
Skype decided to turn me down. I didn't have it set to automatically adjust, but it keeps doing it. What the fuck? Skype, stop it! Skype, stop it! Okay. Skype. Anyway, Artemis, it's okay if there's only one noodle in your bed, but two. Two noodles is where you draw the line? Why is that, Artie? Because Maddie is a dork, Artemis. Because Maddie is a dork.
I can still hear myself in your mic.
That's why I wanted to put the earbuds in. Also, you shouldn't be able to hear... You shouldn't be able to hear, yourself in my mic. Earlier, there was no problem with that, but now there is.
Yep.
Skype is a pain in the ass most of the time nowadays, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah.
So, maybe it's time that we move on to a platform that respects us. What that platform is, I don't know yet.
Well, I'm sorry that Ruby of Blue's drawing is so boring to you, baby Slow-O. Jeez. How wooed. Also, official Legoma is here right now, and I don't think Lego Man. Sorry, not Legoma. Official Lego Man is here right now, and I think they were here a while back, but I haven't seen them in a long time.
Hello, Lego Man.
You just asked a question, Nettie Patty, but do you mean can you ask another question? Now see, the thing is, when people say I would like to ask a question, I should say, you should probably change your speech pattern a little bit to say I would like to ask a question, because asking if you can ask a question is in itself a question, which allows people to say the dad response of, you just asked a question. So, just think more on the lines of, I would like to ask a question, and then if they say no, then you know. I don't think Ruby of Blue would say no unless it's spoilery, or certain subject matters. I don't want to think about a Alolan Zigzagoon, so I can't help you with what it would look like, Lucky the Riolu Zigzagoon.
Tougher than leather, you can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles, I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell, I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left. Born on an island, in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flower from evil deterioration, yeah. I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you. Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instincts are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no. I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you. Won't be fighting, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. If this power to
Yawn.
this is my planet, gonna fight for my destiny. Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather
Wasn't there a time where Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge was nothing but memes? Ruby Blue answered that a while back, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind answering it again. Lego Man wants to know about what you think of the new style of animation and character change for Ash and Pokemon.
Completely against it. Completely against Ash's redesign, and I'm completely against the downgrade and shading detail. Both of it because it's unnecessary. You don't need to downgrade the shading detail to have good animation. And there's no reason to change Ash's look. Other than to piss people off, if that's your goal. Also, for the record, I'm actually still against the first redesign of Ash. Ideally, I want him to go back to how he was before Black and White, but that's probably not going to happen.
I like the taller eyes, the not as much color in the irises, and overall his Z's made him look pretty average. He could have been pretty ambiguously aged, in terms of the thing, minus the growth in the Sinnoh League, as Ruby Blue mentioned a little bit of, and I still am investigating a little bit more. Black and White was an interesting redesign. I was not expecting it, honestly.
Interesting thing is, I think at the beginning of the Black and White series, his eyes were freaking huge, but it took a little while, but then they shaped it a bit more like the original, a lot more narrow. Which I think we could find a happy medium. Although I prefer the outer shape of his eyes to be more solid, and not broken up from top to bottom.
It really showed when they did the flashback episode to the Kanto Cave, and he also was holding the Pokeball upside down in the original series too, by the way. That's something they went back and undid. But it really shows when you look at the Ash Black and White style versus original Ash, which I have a comparison shot of somewhere laying around.
And I think it would have been more advantageous to keep him as he was before, because what I find interesting in Diamond and Pearl is that Diamond and Pearl, versus a lot of the humans, Diamond and Pearl use the style of the humans from the games, but Ash stayed the same. So, for example, what I mean is, the style of eyes in Diamond and Pearl, the humans had pupils, and in the anime, a lot of the humans have pupils too, whereas before, in like Advanced Generation, they didn't. But Ash stayed the same. So I think he should have stayed the same that's one of the reasons he should have stayed the same, is because he's a relic. Ash is sort of a relic of the old designs, alongside the new designs. And they don't clash with each other or anything, so I think it's just unnecessary to change his design. That said, I do like the added detail of the eyes, because I do prefer eyes that are more detailed. But, you know, It's just a principle of that's the way he was before, so you can't really change it. I mean, there's no good reason to. He doesn't clash with any of the characters, so come on.
All right, here we go. Yeah, here we go, guys. Yeah, you just take a look at that one right there.
It's actually quite nice, the comparison between the two. They both look pretty nice. As a whole, just in general, I'd say the original is better drawn, but the newer one is better shaded.
There is one aspect, though, that did not carry over. And this is just a relic of the 90s style anime drawing, and I'm going to showcase that shortly.
But you notice there's really, the difference between the eyes really aren't that huge. So that's why I could tolerate the change from black and white to, or from DP to black and white. The change from XY to Sun and Moon is so drastic and out of nowhere, it's just jarring. And once again, unnecessary, so it's just, on principle alone, that it was changed, I don't like it.
Here's the shading style thing that you were talking about here. Boop boop boop.
I don't like when people say that you should like it's changed, therefore it's good. Like, no. More often than not, change for the sake of change is a bad thing. Because change for the sake of change is like, don't fix what isn't broken. What was wrong with the old design? And then from XY to Sun and Moon, what was wrong with the XY design? I mean, I could see what they were going for, because it's a different tone of a series, but that doesn't necessitate changing his design. I mean, it's understandable, but I'm still not for it.
Echo Captil says it's still not that good for me. But Sun and Moon is drastic, way too drastic. Also, look at Pidgeotto's eyes in that in the black and white version versus the original series. Original series Pidgeotto looks like it has like bags around its eyes and too much eyeliner. It was interesting, the shading way that they shaded the anime back in the day.
I think the shading in X and Y was perfect.
I think it got better, yeah, in X and Y. Charmander's tail should be casting more light, and that's what the black and white anime really conveyed here, because it shows the light shafts from Charmander's tail lighting up more perfectly with the Pidgeotto, or no, Pidgeotto. This is a Pidgeotto. Whereas in the original series, it's more or less just like, kinda-ish, but there's a hint of shading there. But yeah. Also his fingers. Dear God, his fingers. The sausage fingers from the original series. Look at that guy. At least when he's gripping the Pokeball that's upside down.
I do really love when they reference the past, though. After so long, it really feels good to just go full circle. I mean, after so many journeys, when they do flashbacks like these and they make references like these, it just shows how long the journey has been and how much he's grown.
If you take out the Pikachu being reset to the Snivy thing, then the Black and White series is actually pretty nice in what it did with the original series. Every time he encountered a Butterfree, well, the first time he encountered a Butterfree,
well, they did all those nice things in the second half of the series when they backpedaled on everything and decided to not make it a reboot.
So now that Ash is no longer in Kalos, how is Serena's relationship with him going to
I do foresee Serena showing up again in Sun and Moon, because Serena had too big of an impact on him to just forget about her. Also, I would really love a callback or like a cameo appearance, or even a callback to Misty again.
Yeah, with her Togetic, that was a royal Togetic that had to go somewhere and became a Togekiss.
I mean, we've already had a lot of callbacks in the anime. I really would like to see Misty again.
Oh, you know what? If Red and Green are in Sun and Moon the game, then why is it Misty in the game? What happened to the rest of the people?
I don't know. They got older. They're still gym leaders. Maybe some of them became part of the Elite Four.
I want to know what happened
like Koga did.
In Kanto, man. I'm just like, Sun and Moon, give me more. I want more. Why don't we have a game that takes us to other regions? Sad face.
I hope. I really do hope there is an eventual remake of a remake of Fire and Leaf Green or Red and Blue. But I think they should make an original story with those remakes, rather than just remake the same story a third time. They should try a bunch of new things, just in the same setting of Kanto. So it could be kind of a reboot, or not a reboot, a remake and a reimagining, just so things don't get too stale with a remake of a remake. So we could have some new gym leaders, but also some that are still gym leaders but grown up. I think that would be pretty cool. I am primed to revisit Kanto one more time.
I want to see Kanto in 3D, otherwise it's not worth it to me, Nintendo. Don't you dare leave out Kanto 3D.
That's the reason I want another Kanto game, is because we've come so far in terms of technology and game mechanics that it'd be a crime not to let us experience Kanto with all these new toys. And
with the Nintendo goddamn Switch coming out, think about that. Think about the Nintendo Switch.
I do hope Pokemon switches over to the Switch, because that would open up so many new doors for Pokemon, and it would still be a handheld.
Technically, yeah. But as I said, I think they're gonna try to 3DS it for a lot longer, even after the Switch is around.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think they're gonna see how the Switch does first before they make the big decision to make a major Pokemon game there. If the Switch does really well, then I won't discount it. It's likely.
But they do have the ability to waste money a little bit. Like, they can start working on a major Switch Nintendo Pokemon game, because, as you know, Pokemon Go made them billions, like major billions. And if they start working on it now, and even if the Switch doesn't do well, okay, they wasted maybe $2 million or $3 million or so, and like they didn't even market it. But like, if they do the 3DS thing and then the Switch is there, so they can say, oh, by the way, guys, guess what we have? Out of nowhere, seemingly, but they'd really had it all along, because they've been developing it ever since they announced the Switch. You mean like the ability to climb ledges, Glitchy?
Just from Heart Gold to Sun and Moon, we've already leaped way far. So I think we're fine as far as changes necessary to necessitate a remake go.
Time Game Freak released Half-Life 3. I mean, Pokemon Tempo.
And then at the end of the game, you face Red as the champion and officially dethrone him, even though Silver or Gold, I don't remember. I think it was Gold. Already dethroned him, but not officially.
Glitchy says, I won't accept 3D or buildings as acceptable. Because that's what he thinks, that after all this effort they put into Sun and Moon and X and Y, that they would just 3D the buildings a bit more. No, Glitchy, they would have to justify it. Because even the really, really, really dedicated, I'll buy every Pokemon game, no matter what, Pokemon fans would probably still get annoyed at that.
I really wouldn't, because Pokemon has come so far since Fire and Leaf Green alone. But I do propose doing something new in the Kanto region, telling a new story in the Kanto region that's different from Fire and Leaf Green.
Would you enforce customization, or would you allow them to not have customization?
Well, since we're not playing... If we do my idea, we're not going to be playing as Red, so we won't be changing an iconic character.
That still doesn't answer the question, but it hints that you would like customization.
Yeah, I want customization. That should be a rule of thumb in every Pokemon game. Customization up the ass.
What if it's 20 years after Pokemon Red? That would be awesome. Because then you could see how technology advanced into the real world relative to... Because, you know, the Pokemon games are a little bit of a reflection of the technology around. Because, like, in Pokemon Sun and Moon, there are people playing on Nintendo 3DSs, just like how in...
When is the 20th anniversary of Red Blue?
It's already happened.
That's what I thought.
No. Red and Blue was 1998. It'll be 2 years.
Oh, I thought it was 1995.
No, that's Red and Green.
Well,
Red and Blue
that's the
came
actual
out
anniversary then. That's
Yeah.
the actual anniversary, not the American
2018.
releases.
So yeah, the actual anniversary happened last year.
Okay, well, 25th anniversary? 2020? I dig it.
And Alola doesn't seem to be that far into the future, Glitchy. And I wouldn't say they were young in X and Y either. But what happened is that Red and Green got 10 years older, so there's that.
Maybe Cinnabar Island could be rebuilt from Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Maybe Blaine just got homesick and said...
What? Well, if it's going to be really... not really far in the future, but further in the future, then what gym leaders stay and are older, and what are replaced? And what gym leaders become part of the Elite Four? I wonder if Koga should stay part of the Elite Four.
Natty Patty, we can't reveal that because that would be a story spoiler.
I definitely think Brock should replace Bruno in the Elite Four, because Brock in the Pokemon games does seem like Elite Four material to me.
Yes, he does. Just sitting there all... Ah! Look, Natty Patty retracted it. There you go.
I could see Misty replacing Lorelei, but I don't know. Maybe she should just stay as a gym leader. But if Brock is part of the Elite Four, then who replaces him in Pewter City?
His brothers that only exist in the anime?
Well, it's still Pewter City, so it might still have something to do with rock and minerals. Maybe it should be a Steel-type gym. Then. Because it's called Gray City. And...
Well, we also need an Ice-type gym leader, so maybe Lorelei decides, you know what, I'm tired of Elite Four, I'll just become a gym leader, and becomes an Ice-type gym leader.
I don't think it should work in reverse like that. That's kind of like a demotion.
Not necessarily. If you're the final gym, you're still pretty strong compared to the Elite Four. Like, Koga was like the third or fourth gym. No, fifth gym? Yeah.
Oh, maybe a huge change that could be made in the remake is you go through Kanto in a different way, to where maybe Cinnabar is the first town that you go to instead of Pewter, and then Pewter could be the last. Or,
you know,
Viridian
the anime
would still
hints
be
that
the
there's
last,
no
wouldn't it?
particular order, as do
Viridian would be the last, not Pewter.
some of the other games. Ruby and Sapphire was really the only one to say you have to do these in a certain order.
No, I think it was more implied by your dad that he was too strong for you at the moment, so you have to go challenge weaker gyms first. Not that there's any particular order, just that he knew which gyms were weaker than others. And so that's the order he sent you off in.
That's not what Roxanne says, though. So Roxanne and Norman collaborating that idea is what I'm talking about. But anyway, I interrupted you a little bit. I don't remember what you were saying.
I was just talking about what gym leaders would be replaced in a remake, and which would stay. I think Misty would stay, but she'd be a lot older. Though if we go through the region in a different order, I think she should be older, and she should be like one of the last gym leaders, like maybe the 6th gym leader, because it would go. You start from Cinnabar, so it logically follows that Cerulean City would be the 6th gym.
Glitchy, stop trying to digitally do stuff to that Rotom, Glitchy. This is not Dragonland. You can't do stuff with that Rotom. I think Glitchy's fallen in love with the Rotom decks, Ruby of Blue.
I don't blame him. I have to. He's just a cheeky little fucker.
I mean, he flirts with you! He flirts with you all the time. How many?
So, Surge. Should Surge stay or be replaced? Surge would be pretty old.
Yeah, he'd be great, but you know what? That would make him even more badass. I think
yeah, it'd make him like a veteran.
He's
or maybe
already a veteran. He'd be a double veteran.
Maybe he'd be replaced because he joined back into the army after he was needed, and so he's not there anymore.
What war would he be needed in, though?
What?
Why would he be needed in the army again? It's not like there would be another war.
Would there not be? There could be.
No.
There could be.
No.
Maybe that's a minor plot point in the story, that there's another war. A war with... Maybe he rejoined the army because he's needed against a resurging Team Rocket. Maybe the game's story is about stopping the resurgence of Team Rocket. I mean, Team Rocket has to have something to do with the remakes. Or maybe a new team that, like, tries to copy them.
So you mean Team Rocket from Johto?
Well, not exactly, because Johto was made up of old Team Rocket members trying to keep it alive.
So then Team Plasma version 2 that you haven't seen yet from Black 2 and White 2.
So Erica, I could see Erica sticking around. She's pretty young. Maybe Erica could have, like, gotten married, and then her gym battle could be a double battle. And then her and her husband or fiance are both mega stoners.
I'd say Erica should be married to Bugsy.
Bugsy? Bugsy's way too young. Erica was Erica's like in her 20s.
Still.
Erica's in her 20s in red and green and blue, and then Bugsy is like 10 or 12 3 years later in silver, gold, and crystal.
He's not
that young, man. He just has dwarfism. He's a midget.
Sabrina. Should Sabrina stay or be replaced?
That's a hard one. That's a hard one.
I feel like
She gained more
Sabrina...
control of her powers.
Something...
in
I
Joe.
feel like Sabrina could have a story of her own. Like, maybe she's not the gym leader, but she still has a story in the game.
Maybe Sabrina becomes a Pokemon professor and gives out Psychic, Ghost, and Dark starters.
I feel like Sabrina could have a big story in the Pokemon Tower.
God Saiyan Blade, totally is nerding all over you.
Thank you.
They also wonder how you do those awesome backgrounds.
Paint them.
You know what? That would be nice, Glitchy, if Sabrina let the fighting dojo have their dream gym.
Ah, yeah. If the instead of the psychic gym, it's now a fighting gym. That'd be an interesting idea. But
Brawly
Sabrina
would
could
be happy.
still be in the game, and she could like have a part in the Pokemon Tower story. So, we know Koga's part of the Elite Four in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, right? Oh wait, was it Heart Gold and Soul Silver? When did Koga become part of the Elite Four?
In Gold and Silver, yes.
Alright. So, he's still part of the Elite Four. Who replaced him again?
His daughter.
Yeah, his daughter. I feel like that should stay the same.
His daughter should still be the gym leader because she was young enough.
Yeah.
But if we want to replace her, then it would be her son or daughter that replaced her, and then she would take Koga's place in the Elite Four.
Well, it's
It
not
would
that
be a family thing.
not that quite far in the timeline, though. And then Blaine. I feel like Blaine would be too old at that point to be a gym leader, so I feel like he should be replaced.
How old do you think Blaine is? In the anime, they made him kind of old, but he's not that old.
Over 50.
I mean,
Probably in his
Professor
60s.
Professor Oak is older than Blaine.
Oh, maybe Professor Oak should be dead in these games, and he should be replaced by Blue as the person who gives you your Pokemon.
You mean Green?
Green.
Sir?
Sorry, Green.
Blue is his sister.
I thought
Or at
Blue
least
was the
sort
female
of.
Pokemon trainer.
She is, but now she's pretty much his sister.
How is Lance the champion? What happened to Red? I don't
Well,
understand
Red
how
was on a
Red's not the
mountaintop.
champion in Gold, Silver, and Crystal.
Red never technically accepted the title. He went into the Hall of Fame, and you know, the professor came and all that, but he never said, you know what, I accept this, I'm gonna be the champion. He just said, fine,
That's
put
weird.
me in here.
That's weird, but I definitely think we need to battle Red in this new remake, and Green. Both of them.
We're
So
gonna
yeah,
be using
Professor
an
Oak will
even
be
older version of them.
Professor Oak will be retired or dead in this remake. It is official, and then Green
Let
will
him be
replace him.
retired and not dead, please, considering that Professor Rowan was 70 when he first appeared, and Professor Oak was only 50.
Well, Kanto's healthcare isn't as good as Sinnoh's.
Oh my gosh. You Pokemon get free healthcare, but everybody else doesn't.
Exactly. So Blaine, who replaces him, and does his gym's type change at all?
One of Blaine's assistants, probably. Let's go with one of Blaine's assistants, and
His assistants. I think it should
Yeah,
be somebody more interesting with a lot more background.
Well, there's not that many people that were associated with Blaine. There's only that one assistant guy.
Maybe somebody associated with the Pokemon Mansion? Somebody who has some hand in researching Mew? Also, by the way, since this is in the future, Dr. Fuji would be dead. Just laying it out there.
Dr. Fuji is probably the oldest character we know in Pokemon.
But a Psychic Gym on Cinnabar?
Yep, that would be a twist.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be Sabrina, would it?
No, and it could be a Delphox, because Delphox is Fire Psychic.
Okay, well, if we're doing my idea of going backwards through the region and starting with Cinnabar and going from Palette to Cinnabar, then should it be a Fire Gym?
Delphox wouldn't make sense. No, probably not. Then that does change things a bit. So let's see here.
Since the island was ravaged by a volcano, and it's all like molten rock, should the beginning gym stay as a rock gym to reflect the environment of Cinnabar, unless they've rebuilt already?
It could be a ground type gym, because ground is close to lava-ishness. Like, if you have a fire ground type, that would be perfect. Is there any fire ground types?
Camerupt.
Okay, Camerupt, Gen 3.
I don't know. That's a difficult one, because it's the easy answer to say that Cinnabar should remain a fire type gym.
This would be the first generation with the first gym being the fire type if we go backwards from Cinnabar, though.
Well, I'm not really against the first gym being a fire type gym.
It would be interesting, though.
Whatever. I'll finish that thought after we settle on Cinnabar. I don't know.
Goodbye for now, God Saiyan Blade.
So then, you know how the starter Pokemon in Red, Blue, and Green were like difficulty levels? Choosing difficulty levels? Oh, maybe the difficulty, if the first gym is a fire type gym, then maybe the difficulty levels would be changed a bit to where Squirtle is easy, Charmander is normal, and Bulbasaur is hard. Rather than like the opposite.
The region's other gym orders as well, though. No, we're not doing a game that has all regions yet, Sevenster. We need to complete Kanto's transformation into the modern age. Then we can start working towards the game with all regions.
A fairy gym in Kanto.
No! Don't do this to me!
Wait.
We actually already had a fairy gym in X and Y, but Ruby and Blue hasn't gotten that far yet.
Okay, well, let's just... I don't know who the gym leader would be, but let's just say that the first gym would be a fire-type gym on Cinnabar. But anyway, last gym would still be Viridian, though. So, what... in... The last gym leader of Viridian was Green, but now he's apparently our professor who gives us our Pokemon. So who's the gym leader at Viridian?
Is the gym leader.
Yeah, but
What if he's a professor?
that'd be too easy if he was the gym leader there. Maybe. That would be interesting, actually, if the professor was the last gym leader. But who else could be the gym leader at Viridian? And what would the type be?
Red's mother? I mean, not Red's mother.
Red's mother? Red's mother? She became a Pokemon trainer? All boys leave home someday, and so do moms, apparently.
Either that or Green's sister that we don't really see in the games that much. She gave us a town map. That's about all she did.
I mean, it could be... Since the town's name is Viridian, it could be a grass-type gym, but we already have a grass-type gym.
Do we? Do we have a grass-type gym with Erica? I mean, really, her gym is mainly a poison-type next to Koga's, really, because almost all of her grass types use poison-type moves.
Maybe Well, maybe in Celadon could become a fairy-type gym. But, that would mean it couldn't be Erica unless she decided to change her specialty.
I mean, there are grass fairies, and Celebi should become a grass fairy, but that would be too big giving them a Celebi. That should be not a thing. So they need other grass fairies.
I think the last gym in Viridian should stay as green. But I also think Erica should include some fairy types, so she could be a grass and a fairy type gym, but majority grass. Because she seems like that kind of person. So then...
what are we gonna do about the drunk old man in the tutorial, though?
He's dead.
Yes, I know he's dead, obviously, but what's gonna happen to, like, who's gonna block the path?
And now there is a guy on weed munching on Cheetos in the middle of the path, and he just won't move.
How are you gonna kid it though? Like, Japan gets the full weed reference, but how are you gonna make it for the kids?
He just really likes Cheetos. And he's put into a trance at how good they are. And he can't move.
No, Drunk Coffee Man's granddaughter has not taken his role. That would be so tragic, Glitchy. That would be like an alcoholistic family.
Okay, so what would the Elite Four comprise of then? We already... I think Lance would still be in there, Koga would still be in there, and then Brock would be added to it. But what about the other two? Should Lorelei still be in there?
Agatha's a ghost-type gym leader, but she's fucking dead, man.
Agatha's fucking dead, man.
She's the ghost herself now. She's with her ghost.
Yeah, what if she's still alive and she's a ghost herself? That'd be pretty interesting plot twist. She mastered ghost types so much that she herself became an immortal spirit. But just in case that's not the case, who should replace her?
I think that maybe...
I think there should be some new characters.
We could have a Dark-type gym leader. We need a Dark-type gym. That's usually reserved for the Elite Four. But a Dark-type gym would be interesting.
Coffee Man replaces Agatha. I don't know, maybe Agatha should stay, but it's like ambiguous. Like she hasn't aged from her last appearance, and it's like ambiguous. And so a bunch of poke videos could be made about her. I think that could be pretty interesting. And then she could have a Pokemon that, I don't know, represents eternal life to give some hints. That would be pretty cool. But if Agatha's staying...
The only Pokemon for that is Xerneas, though.
If Agatha's staying, then who replaces Lorelei?
That is a good dilemma. We need an Ice-type one, so they'll probably use Cryogonal.
We don't need an Ice-type one. It could be a new type master.
We already had a Fairy-type Elite Four. We don't need another one. What is one type that's underused in the Elite Four?
Bug.
No, that's Gen 4.
Well, still underused.
Let's get Kanto a Bug-type Elite Four.
Okay, it needs to be a new character, though. Too many returning characters.
Bugsy would be happy, because, you know, he'd have one... He'd have a... Because, you know, Kanto Johto, they have the same league. But, like, he'd be happy with that, I think. Bugsy would be a total Elite Four nerd.
I feel like our Elite Four pick is too similar to Heart Gold and Soul Silver, though. It needs more... It needs at least one new person. Also, in the story of this remake, Red would play a major part, even though he wouldn't talk much. And then it builds up to the final battle, kind of like it did with Steven in Emerald. And the battle with Red should be the greatest and most difficult battle in all of Pokemon. And you should get like $1,000 for beating him from Nintendo in the mail. With a letter that says, "You're winner! Congratulations!"
Shigeru Miyamoto will.
He'll personally deliver it to your house. So what changes would be made to all the towns?
They get bigger, first and foremost, because we're in the future.
Would Pallet Town stay the same?
Pallet Town would probably stay pretty similar, I guess.
I feel like the first town outside of Pallet needs to be like drastically different.
Well, the first town outside of Pallet is kind of like near Viridian, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but if we're going in reverse, then it would be Cinnabar. And last time we visited Cinnabar, it was all burned down by a volcano. So, either they rebuilt, but then that would be too similar to Red, Blue, and Green. Or it would still be burnt down. Which wouldn't make much sense why they wouldn't rebuild. Or maybe Cinnabar should just be a completely abandoned island. And then we should have
maybe Cinnabar just never
a new town
in this version.
Maybe
Cinnabar never got volcanoed.
Maybe Cinnabar should just be a new island. I mean, there should be a new town with a new gym. And maybe that could be the first gym instead of Cinnabar.
Maybe have an artificial island near Cinnabar.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. Only problem is, how do you get to that island after the first town?
Well,
and if it's not fire type, since it's not on Cinnabar, then what will it be?
Steel type.
Actually, I'm thinking ice type, maybe. Because it would still keep the same difficulty, the reverse difficulty idea that we had, where Bulbasaur would be the hardest, Squirtle would be medium, and Charmander would be easy.
I do like the ice type gym.
So an ice type gym would be the first. That'd be very unique.
Ow! Fuck, I stabbed myself with a chicken bone. Fucking hurt. I'm bleeding now. God damn.
You're hardcore.
Ow. Sir, what was the murder weapon? Well, use a chicken bone.
I mean, actually, the first gym could be a bug type, but the reason that wouldn't work with the difficulty, with the reverse difficulty thing, is because Bulbasaur is part poison, and poison nullifies bug, neutralizes bug when it's on grass.
Yeah, but then they could change it so that Bulbasaur, there's an ability that makes it so that Bulbasaur's poison types moves don't get nullified, or don't nullify the bug. There could be specifically an ability that is associated with the bug type that cancels out the poison type's nullification.
Or, in the new generation that this remake is part of, they could make bug neutrally effective against poison. That would fix it. And I don't see why not. I don't see why bug is not very effective against poison to begin with.
Maybe it's because a lot of poisonous bugs are, well, bugs.
Well, if we're to assume that this new generation changes bugs to be neutrally effective against poison, then the first gym should be a bug-type gym. If not, then the first gym should be an ice-type gym. Just to go with the reverse difficulty.
We got a nice setup here. A bug-type gym and an ice-type gym. Two things that would be new to Kanto.
So, what would the order of the gym be then? Because if you're going reverse, then you're going by Cinnabar at least to a new town. But then you go to Fuchsia, and the second gym is Poison. But then do you go to Celadon or Lavender Town after that?
You go to Cerulean next.
Cerulean?
Super duper.
That's on the other
Yeah,
freaking
think
side
about
of the
it.
continent.
Oh, I know. There will be an event that has a boat that, well, not a boat, because there's still... Actually, I think that works. Let me take a look at Kanto's map again. It'd be something that takes you to Cerulean from that place.
How? By boat?
Or, well, let me see here. Just a second. I need to look at this map again.
Like, from Fuchsia City to Cerulean is like nothing but land.
There'd be a train. Just let's make another train.
That's a really roundabout way to go about things. I'd actually
I know,
propose.
but it's like it's in order to make it.
I would propose going, letting the player go in whichever direction he wants, like in the original Kanto, in the original games, where you could go to either Sabrina's gym first or Koga's gym first. So you either go. That'd be a nice way that players could choose which direction they wanted to go. So either go east to Lavender Town, or wait. Actually, you'd hit Vermilion City first, actually. Yeah, you'd hit Vermilion first. Alright, so go east and Vermilion, or go west and Celadon. And so, with that, you'd hit the grass-type gym or the electric-type gym yet, but Surge is gone off to a war, or at least to support the military in some way. So, is Vermilion still an electric-type
He's
gym?
training new soldiers.
Is Vermilion still an electric-type gym if Surge isn't there?
Well, they do seem to be basing a lot of their lore around him being the Lightning American and stuff, so probably not.
Well, if we're keeping the same difficulty curve, then
Bulbasaur would be resistant, Squirtle would be weak, and Charmander would be neutral.
yeah, the difficulty curve kind of gets forgotten about after the first gym. But not like the difficulty curve is that important after you leave the first gym anyway, since by that time you've already gotten new Pokemon. So, what type should the new gym leader in Vermilion have?
We still have room for a dark type, but no. Not yet.
Yeah, but that could be interesting. Maybe the Vermilion City gym leader could be like completely different to Surge and could be like a criminal instead. So that's why he has the dark type. And maybe this gym leader could actually be evil. And he could have ties to the resurging evil group in the region. I think that could be pretty cool, having a criminal gym leader, like calling back to Kanto. And like I said, it contrasts with the soldier of Surge. So yeah, Vermilion dark type.
Alright. So now we've introduced 3 types of Kanto. I'd say that's pretty good. Bug, Ice, and Dark.
No, we haven't introduced Ice. Bug was the one out over Ice for the first gym leader. I think we agreed on Pewter City being Steel, now that Brock is gone. For the 7th gym. So the gyms would go bug, and then it splits off, or actually bug, poison, then it splits off to either grass or dark, and then after that, go to Saffron City, and that's fighting, and then back to Cerulean, which is still water, and then to Pewter, which is steel, and then to Viridian, which is multi-type, because it's still green.
Who also may or may not be the professor of the region, because Oak would be retired.
Or dead.
No! You will not be killing Professor Oak like that.
Green is both the professor and the last gym leader. That's what makes him special.
I mean, it's not like it hasn't been done before. They were originally going to do that sort of thing, ish, in the original coding.
Does Cinnabar, does Vermilion come before Fuchsia? I really can't remember. The layout of Kanto is really weird. I don't think so. I mean, no, it doesn't. Fuchsia comes before. Fuchsia is south of Vermilion, therefore, from Cinnabar, Fuchsia comes first. I'm curious. I would be curious to see how this new artificial island would work, though. It's like, it could be like an island with, that's not just like artificial, but it's also like artificial nature to fit the bug typing.
I think it'd be more more akin to Dubai, though, than like you know, like a lot of fake nature and whatnot.
So what about the Sevi Islands? What would happen to them?
Jesus Christ, I don't even know about the Sevi Islands because I didn't.
Oh, I know. The Sevi Islands could be part of like the post game.
What about the Island Challenge of Alola incorporated into the Sevi Islands?
Oh yeah, maybe the Sevi Islands could have their own island challenges, like Alola did. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, they see Alola doing it and they're like, you know what? We can do that too.
Yeah,
but we're better than them. Do they have a little competition?
Kanto is like directly across the pond from Alola.
It is. They directly say that. Which also makes it because Hawaii and Japan are the same. Yeah, which means that the
Kanto
Pokemon
and Hawaii,
world is pretty much our.
Kanto and Hawaii are right across the pond from each other in the real world. And Kanto is actually a real place in Japan. Like, it's ripped exactly from Japan in the Pokemon games.
If you look at the map on your globe in your room in Sun and Moon, there's a surprise there, but I'm not going to say what it is. Just expect a surprise. Ruby and Blue probably knows it, but I'm not going to say.
I don't. I'm going to have to check the globe before I leave the island.
Yeah, go ahead. Go back and check the globe. Just a little thing. Well. Also, Glitchy is right, but I don't know how far in. Glitchy, that might be a spoiler.
Yeah, Professor Kukui, provided he's not too old by this time, and I think in this remake, I mean, it would be pretty, time-wise, Sun and Moon and these Kanto remakes would be pretty close to each other, probably even the same, maybe even the same time. So, Professor Kukui could appear on the Sevi Islands.
That dude just like, he has a Kanto fetish, I swear.
And then on the Sevi Islands, a bunch of Alolan Pokemon can be found. And then, as for Kanto itself, you know, I'd say it's fair to say that, you know, Johto, a bunch of Johto Pokemon be included in the main game in Kanto.
So if we're doing all this nice remaking to Kanto, since Kanto and Johto are connected, are we gonna have to do similar things to Johto?
Well, it depends if we're even visiting Johto, and considering we have the Sevi Islands already, that'd be kind of too much.
What if you got a choice between the Sevi Island Challenge or the Elite Four?
A choice.
Like, in the sense that you could be league champion of either the Sevi Islands or league champion of the Kanto area part of that. But the mainland part.
Well, ideally, you'd want the player to be able to access everything in one game. With the exception of the starters.
But I mean, like, they'd still, like, it'd still be a thing. It'd just be like, they'd be at the end, after they beat all 8 gyms, they could either choose to go to, initially, the Elite Four and just straight up do it that way, or they could go to the Sevi Islands and be champion there.
Well, the game...
Also, if they just...
We need a post-game, so the Sevi Islands are perfect for that.
God damn this fight. I stabbed myself right under the fingernail. You know how painful that is?
Yeah, that is pretty painful. So, is it canonical that Red completed the Pokédex?
I would say no.
Okay, so then Mewtwo would still be up for grabs. Unless they made another Mewtwo.
They did.
Ah, that could be part of the
Otherwise,
story.
those movies exist.
That could be part of the story in this, in the
Otherwise,
Kanto remakes, that
you
another
wouldn't have the Mega Mewtwo.
another Mewtwo was made. And the Rising team in that region are trying to find it.
Luchi, are you continuing your Sun and Moon journey? Is that what I'm getting at from the nice I caught a Luma?
Really important thing though, what would these remakes be called? They'd have to have something to do with red, blue, or green. Those colors.
Pokemon Sunrise, because it goes back to the Alola connection. And I guess because you have a sunrise, a sunset, maybe? Though the sunset doesn't necessarily reflect blue. No, I guess it could.
No, if you want to talk about blue, you talk about how the moon affects the tides.
Pokemon Sunrise and Pokemon what
Moontide?
what's another name for high tide that, like, not saying high tide?
Moon waves.
Pokemon Sunrise and Pokemon Crest. I don't know. Cause moon, you know, there is, like, cresting of waves and all that. It's so challenging to make these connections like that.
Raspberry red and guacamole green.
I still like the Sunrise though thing because it connects back to the Alola.
Well, considering Fire Red and Leaf Green went along with the original Japanese, which was red and green, then this should have something to do with red and green. It should have red and green in the titles.
Pokemon Sunrise Red and Pokemon what is another? Gaia Green, because that's Earth.
Gaia Green.
Yeah, Gaia Green.
And if they made a blue, they could call it Blue Moon.
Leaf is the basic, but you're going further in on a global scale to the Gaia aspect of the greenness of the leaves.
I don't
which is the world itself.
Other than the Sevi Island post game, I don't see any reason why we should connect this back to Sun and Moon, though.
Still keeping the Gaia Green though, but I don't know. The red part is giving me the challenge. Gaia Green was easy. It would it wouldn't be too unconnected if it was like solar red, but that's not a thing though that much. Because we're going with Earth and the Sun, so that would be solar, but that's also looking back to Sun and Moon again, which is not necessarily necessary, but it's less connected than directly making a reference to the sunrise. And Zephyr has Searing red and Aura green, but Aura is all colors, so that wouldn't be really that thing, Zephyr. The thing that goes with Gaia, though, that's red. What?
Something that starts with R that's related to the color red.
Radiant red?
Radiant, nah.
No, because that's too close to
Something.
fire red.
Well, since you came up with Gaia green, it has to be something to do with nature.
It also turns out to be an alliteration too, so that makes it even more difficult.
It has to be an alliteration with red. It has to be something to do with red, and it has to have something to do with nature.
Guys, this is your challenge. No. I was gonna go with Raging Red, but no, that's not nature. I mean, it is nature, but that's just too direct.
Too edgy.
Too edgy, indeed. Too edgy for me. 3 edgy 5 me. God damn it, Glitchy, no. Fuck, if Ruby Red wasn't already taken,
Ruby Red. That'd be kind of redundant with Ruby.
Yes, so Rubies can be many colors, but that's not the point. What is a red thing in nature?
Go to Google and search up nature and the letter R.
Red things in nature that start with R. Let's just do that. Rose. There we go. That's it. Rose red.
Rose red?
Wow. That was fucking easy. Because we got Gaia green and Rose red. Because they're both of the Earth.
That's kind of an imbalance, though. Gaia is like the entire Earth and Rose is one flower.
That's true.
Kind of imbalanced there.
I know. Let's find something else, though.
Maybe a flower that begins with G, with green.
Germanium? Are germaniums green?
Germanium green? One, that's not an alliteration, and two, germanium is a disgusting word.
Wow, Ruby, I didn't know you were racist against...
I don't even know what germanium means, it's just the word itself.
It's a chemical element, apparently. I thought it was a flower. I was thinking of something else. Ah! My hairbrush! It popped out. I'm deaf! Temporarily. But if we do have rose red, then we need a green flower, such as a G.
But what if the flower starts with G, but it's not actually green?
Garden green? How about that? We can do that. Garden
yeah, but that's an imbalance. It's still an imbalance, though, because you have one rose and then you have an entire garden.
All right, let's see what this flower here is. I didn't know this was a flower. Gara is apparently a flower. It's pink. No. Glorissa is a flower that starts with a G. Let's see what color that is. That's red. That's red. Glorissa red.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, make the G green flower red and make the red flower green.
Yeah.
Reverse the hell out of it to throw everybody off. Like how in black you get the white legendary and white you get the black legendary. Alright, what is this Gazania? I never heard of some of these flowers. You know, I should go to the botanical gardens. They'd be able to help me. Go through? The fark?
Go through green. Oh my god, Glitchy, you should be... That is poetically beautiful, what you just wrote, Glitchy! Rose Red is themed about individual properties. Gaia Green is about collectivism. Oh my god, you just, like, inspired the story of these remakes. The theme of these remakes about individualism versus collectivism. That is actually pretty amazing.
Yeah. Glitchy, you win with that. You win with that. You can make that work. You made my awesome Rose Red and Gaia Green. Yes. That is perfect. It just works.
Ideally, though, we'd want to have something more straightforward.
Yeah, that would be a little bit too advanced for kids, though, Glitchy. Go through. The fuck is that a flower for?
Since we have
Alright.
Pokemon X and Y, why can't we have Pokemon A and B?
Because that would be silly, because then we'd have to go with... No, it would be Pokemon A and Z, like X and... No.
A and Z?
No.
Then we have two Pokemon Zs. Oh wait, we haven't had a Pokemon Z. Why don't we have a
Yes, we
Pokemon
have.
Z yet?
Oh, we have a Pokemon Z. It's called Sun and Moon. Trust me on this. You'll see why later. I mean, fucking Z moves, man! But no, you'll see why later. Gosh darn it, I want to continue reading. Where are the flowers? Gerbera... This better be a green flower. It's orange. Geranium, not germanium. There we go, that's what it was. Alright, a geranium is the red one there, but what the hell does a gillyflower look like? It's also pink. Why are there no green flowers? Why don't we just... Because the easiest thing to do would be grass green, but that's too close to leaf green. And
Maybe
if I hadn't picked rose...
It'd be a lot easier if we didn't do alliterations.
I know, but we need to, though.
Well, it'd probably be a lot easier to choose this if we had the story and theme worked out.
That's true. I still like the individualism and collectivism thing, even if that's too advanced for kids.
Pokemon Zero and Pokemon Infinity.
That's not very fitting for Pokemon at all, Devonster 13. Capitalism and communism. I know what Blue's remake is gonna be called, though. It's gonna be called Waterfall Blue.
Pokemon Infinity and Pokemon Zero. The Zero legendary could embody nothingness. I don't know how the hell you would design that, though. And Pokemon Infinity would embody everything. But we kind of already have that with Arceus being able to be any type.
Alright, let me see here for a second. Okay, no. There aren't any fucking green flowers. Green flowers aren't something that appear in fucking nature. What the fuck, nature? You have all these colors, but none of them green.
Maybe because animals that feed on flowers have an easier time finding them if they're not the same color as the rest of everything. So that's why they have
maybe green
multiple colors.
Maybe there's green chrysanthemums, but that's about it. Green chrysanthemums are apparently the only green flower out there. Let's drop the rose for now and go back with the Gaia green and find something that's red. That's related to. Let's see here.
Pokemon Zero and Infinity. Yeah, but that's meant to be imbalanced. Like, it's not just imbalanced, they're polar opposites. That's why it's cool.
Actually, null would be the opposite of infinity, not zero. Even though zero is technically null, null directly would be... Or rather, the empty set sign.
Well, Zero and Infinity are more straightforward. Not many people know
Plus,
what
that would
null
be advanced.
means.
Yeah, or the empty set sign. That's a little more algebra. God, why is this so fucking difficult to come up with red things? The green stuff was fucking easy. This is racking my brain, and we're thinking. I mean, we've gotten many of the details of the region worked out, but this one is the most difficult. Now I can imagine how difficult it must be for Game Freak themselves. Oh my god, oh my god, Zevin, sir. You just made me think of the silliest thing. Pokemon Rush to Red and Gaia Green. Oh, that's so silly with the communism. Lava would be Earth, so that would be more Gaia-ish, so it wouldn't be... You know what? I'm gonna leave that for now. Let's move on. We got Gaia Green at the very least, and Waterfall Blue.
Pokemon Beauty and Pokemon Ugly. The legendary for Pokemon Ugly would be Perugly. And the Pokemon Beauty would be Mega Gardevoir. Or Pokemon Ugly could be Garbodor. Garbage-Door? I don't remember the name. Welcome back, TM.
Alright, fuck it. Fuck it, we'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. Since we can't think of any alliterations, we'll just do Pokemon Mars Red and Gaia Green.
Mars Red? How does Mars fit into the story?
I don't know. Maybe there's, like, people that have a cult of Mars. And they do things with fire-type Pokemon and, like, stuff. What is Mars really associated with?
It's funny how on the remakes of games they wasted a bunch of potential future dichotomies with heart and soul and omega and alpha. So if we look at those for inspiration, then
You're in
I don't know.
my
Let's
heart,
we could
you're
find
in my soul.
we could find other dichotomies and just slap them onto red and green.
I suppose so. They did kind of make it that way, but like, what's another word for mankind? Because you could have nature green and mankind red or something like that. What's another word for mankind? Like, you can't say human red and nature green. Because humans are a part of nature, whether they want to admit it or not.
Pokemon Red
I like
and
the name
Green
Pokemon-
remakes are about confronting our own hubris.
Red Soul, Green Life. That's too close to Soul Silver and Heart Gold. Artemis, I swear.
DreamWorks and Pixar.
Ah, Pokemon Strawberry Red. That's silly.
Glitchy said raspberry.
I mean, we could do berries. Maybe we could do fruit. That'd be okay. Apple green and raspberry red. No, we'll use Pokemon berries. Well, Leppas are red, though. So here, what's a green Pokemon berry? There's a Michael berry. And there's the Leppa berry, which is an apple.
Guys, think up some dichotomies off the top of your head that could be potential Pokemon titles, and then we can slap those on to Red and Green and call it a day.
I put too much thought into this, guys. Nintendo doesn't have as much effort into it, so we don't need to put as much effort into it.
Oathkeeper and Oblivion? I feel like Bethesda would sue, though. Pokemon Skyrim Red and Oblivion Green. I feel like Cosmic eventually needs to be a title for a game. Cosmic Red.
Well, actually, I think we need to save that for Diamond and Pearl. Cosmic Diamond and something Pearl. No, sorry. Cosmic Pearl and something Diamond.
Also, the calling for help thing, it might get old for some people. It might get old for some people.
Most of the time, it doesn't even... The new Pokemon don't even come anyway.
Yeah, I got that message. Its help didn't show up, quote unquote.
That's so funny. It just calls for help and nobody comes to the rescue.
But nobody came. Feels like an Undertale up in this bitch. Spicy Fox, that is just horrible. Alright, so... Starry Pearl and Chronic Diamond.
Chronic Diamond. Yeah. Would it make more sense as Cosmic Diamond and Chrono Pearl? Oh wait, it'd be
But that's...
Chrono Pearl, Cosmic Diamond. Right?
But that would be... Dialga's the diamond and Dialga's time, Ruby.
Oh, Chrono Diamond, Cosmic Pearl. I don't know which one it is. That would make
Yes.
sense. What would Platinum be then?
Platinum would be Giratina base, so...
Oblivion Diamond. I mean, Oblivion Platinum.
Platinum.
Because it represents
Bethesda,
a
please don't
separate
sue.
plane of existence.
Bethesda, please, really, please don't sue.
If they remake the games, you can probably guarantee that's what they're going to be called.
I mean, it fits. It's nice and easy to do Cosmic Pearl.
Cosmic Diamond.
But I don't think they're gonna.
Cosmic Pearl,
I don't
yeah,
think-
Cosmic Pearl.
I don't think they're gonna do that though. Like remake Diamond and Pearl.
I know. I don't feel like they're gonna do that. And if they were gonna do that, they might as well remake Heart Gold and Soul Silver as well. I don't feel like we need that. And if you're gonna remake those, then what's the reason for remaking them? That they're not 3D? Well, by that logic, you should remake Black, White, and Black and White 2. And that's too many remakes.
Yeah, they could only release one game per year, and that'd be a lot of remakes. Pokemon Flame Bond and Pokemon... We're not creating new ones, we're going back to the old ones, Core HDD, which is hard disk drive, or hard drive disk. Let's go super gay. Pokemon Super Green and Fabulous Red.
Pokemon Rainbow and Pokemon Monochrome.
Ha! Those are dichotomies. The Pokemon Monochrome already exists. It's black and white. They didn't have gray, though, which is annoying. But also kind of cool, because that means they had an actual sequel, too, with Black 2 and White 2.
Maybe it should just be called Fire Red 2 and Leaf Green 2.
That would imply a sequel, and that actually might be acceptable.
Well, we are continuing the story, so it is a sequel. So it makes sense.
I mean, hey, Black 2 and White 2 just added a fucking 2 to the name. Why can't we? We all thought they were going to do Pokemon Gray, but they didn't.
Yeah, they totally stopped doing the third games. They stopped doing the trichotomies.
Because they didn't want to have to remake the same story but with slight changes.
I kind of wish they did. Because then we'd have definitive versions.
It also increased the graphics too as well. Like Crystal did not add on to the graphics of Gold and Silver, but Platinum did add on to the graphics of Diamond and Pearl. Pokemon Olive Green and Tomato Red, Artemis says. Now, we're just gonna call it Fire Red 2 and Leaf Green 2. That's it. We've solved it. None of this complicated collectivism, individualism, Gaia, and Rose. Nope. Just add a 2 on it, call it a day. That's the Nintendo way. That rhymed.
You could call it Red 2 and Green 2. That'd be more simplistic, but it'd also be confusing.
Right, because that would be implying that we would be having a sequel to the original games, but they're not a sequel to the original games. I mean, they skipped an opportunity after Black and White came out. Because that would be like each game came on a system, so I'm not upset that they skipped it. It just means that they have had more time to get it right. Because that would be Game Boy Color, Super Game Boy Color, because of the console-y thing. Game Boy Advance, still not quite the same, but then, well, yeah, never mind. Game Boy Advance, Generation 3, everything changed. Nintendo DS, Generation 4, new system console, but there was no remake on the 3DS. But that's okay as well.
Black and White kind of corresponded to the DSi.
Sorta, I guess, yeah.
I mean, I bought my copy of White, and it came with a DSi, a white-themed DSi.
I like the DSi, but I like the DS Lite more, because the DS Lite allows you to have the Game Boy Advance games in it.
And then Sun and Moon, like, kind of corresponds to the 3DS XL or the 2DS. Oh, 2DS more so, because Sun and Moon doesn't have any 3D.
It has some 3D.
I haven't found any. Pokemon Nazis and Pokemon KKK, they're too similar to each other.
The photo mode is 3D.
Pokemon KKK and Pokemon ISIS. There you go.
How about Pokemon Stalin and Pokemon Gandhi?
Well, not all Pokemon games are exact dichotomies or exact opposites, so it could be Pokemon Hitler and then Pokemon Stalin, and then the third definitive game could be Pokemon Mao.
Wow, Mao, wow. Oh, somebody paged me. Pokemon Ruby of Blue, Pokemon XtremeTuber, and Pokemon Corbin 22? What is this? I don't even.
Yeah, we really haven't had Pokemon Light and Pokemon Dark yet. But that's a bit too easy, don't you think?
Darkrai. And whatever the light Pokemon is.
That didn't sound good. And it wasn't. That was my microphone being knocked over. So, let's see here. In Pokemon Black, there was a painter near the route where you meet the kindergartners. He says the following words: red, green, blue, yellow, black, white. He makes references to the games with his painting thing there. All the colored games, anyway. Wow, that sounded racist. All the games that have color in them.
All the games of color. Excuse you. So, if we're gonna have... If there would be a Pokemon game, more Pokemon dichotomies based on colors, what would those colors be?
See here.
Oh, I have an idea, actually.
Orange,
first.
purple, and...
They could be on opposite ends of the color spectrum.
Let me just look at the color wheel for a second here. Orange, purple, and teal. No, not... No. Orange is red, purple is blue, and teal is, well, the green. But no, that's not it either. Let me see here. It's really hard, because they already took the good colors.
I actually have an idea of going back to what the remakes could be titled. Instead of Fire Red and Leaf Green 2, you could call them different variations of the colors. Like Pokemon Crimson and then Pokemon... some other shade of green.
We already have an Emerald Ruby.
Yeah, but Emerald talks about a gemstone, not a color.
It's still a color, though.
So it'd have to be a non... It would be a non-gemstone color. So Pokemon Crimson...
Which would be grass, but...
Or Scarlet. Pokemon Scarlet or Crimson, and then what should green be? What's a shade of green? Go to Wikipedia, look up shades of green.
But see, the thing is, Goldenrod is not the same as gold. But... Isn't Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Gold 32 to be similar in terms of yellowness?
Kind of. But not really.
And when are we gonna get a good anime game that like they have Ash Greninja, but why don't we have a game where we go on a Kalos based journey similar to the way Yellow was? If they're gonna Ash Greninja us, why not give us a game like that?
Okay. I think we should end the stream now. Because it's getting pretty late,
That
I'm
is
getting tired. So 7 hours. But before we do that, let's look at the rest of the fan art. Pokemon Eclipse. Here's hoping that there's a third definitive version of Gen 7 and it's Pokemon Eclipse, because that would be awesome.
Yep, TM Gaming in reviews. We looked at fan art and saw your old art. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Here's from Echo Captil, Shredder and Shade Humans.
We haven't seen humanized thems in a while.
Alright, thank you, Echo. Next, a work in progress from Crosby. He said it's going to be done by December. Fitting, because it's Christmas themed.
Crosby also said he was going to do something that required voice actors as well. Did he tell you about that?
Nope.
I hope it wasn't supposed to be a secret, but he did put it on Twitter, so probably not.
Alright.
I think TM Game Interviews just created a new ship, Torpedo, Psy, and Pyro, which would be a three-way.
Alright,
Psyro.
thank you, Crosby. Now we have Shredder as a Trico.
By who? You know?
Don't remember. Thank you for cute little Shredder. Next. Shredder.
No, TM Gaming Interviews. It's just that there was never a three-way ship with Torpedo, Psy, and Pyro like that. We only do two-way ships on this channel.
Alright, and last fan art, and this will most definitely be the thumbnail for this video. Shade from that new viewer with the Zigzagoon icon. I think it was.
Lucky the Riolu with the Zigzagoon icon. Oh my. Why is Shade so sad, Lucky? Shredder didn't die, did he?
Alright, and that is not the last. We have a little animation to show off. Just a second here, let me pull this up. Alright, I believe this is an animation based off of a vine.
Maybe we could mate sometime? Wait, did you say mate? Am I in a vine? Is this a vine? Maybe we could mate sometime? Wait, did you say mate? Am I in a vine? Is this a vine?
No
we
idea
could
what
mate
this is
sometime?
based off
Wait,
of.
Did you say mate? Am I in a vine? Is this a vine?
So thank you. Let me see who made that. Roger made that. Roger Delmar. Thank you very much. I believe I retweeted it on Twitter if you want to go see the video for yourself. Actually, no, I didn't. Let me retweet it right now.
That's I don't know that vine. I don't know it. And that's Hunter, right? To the left?
Mm-hmm.
Also, Hunter has green eyes, does he not?
Yep.
So that means that person completely modeled a proper Hunter. Well, almost. I can't see Hunter's lower white fluff. But
Okay.
That's close enough.
Now I'm gonna thank the people who support me on Patreon, and then I'm gonna go, everybody. So thank you, XtremetuberVII, Corbin22, Clover Jade, DraceTheD-Dragon, Lukas, and Kenny Cadieux for supporting me on Patreon. It's greatly appreciated. And also thank you, Brandon Iffy, Kuda9000, and Zevenster, I believe, who all donated during the stream. That is also greatly appreciated. And yeah, see you all hopefully next week for some more animation. Still gonna be doing in-betweening. So yeah, love you all. Peace out.